Hello and welcome to Roll for It the Last Ditch, Season 2, Episode 11. Welcome back as we get into the second half of our time with the second guest cast. Already past the midway point now. But let's go through the announcements for today. Thank you, Paul Toon, for supporting today's episode. Very much appreciate it. You're awesome. And let's see what you picked. I think it'll be an interesting one, as they always are. And there's some things happening. We have some stuff on the Patreon. The Mass Effect final character sheets from Mass Effect Mercs Season 2 are out and available now on the Patreon. You can also find the latest character sheets for our party in Ascension, including the new edition and all the latest level ups. You can check those out on the Patreon right now. And there's some more stuff coming soon as well. You can catch the some of the more recent guest character sheets from Ascension coming up on the Patreon soon, and also the monthly recap will be on its way to you very shortly. There's also a different announcement with today's show, which is that we are now sponsored by Roll20. Which is really convenient for us because we've already been using Roll20 literally every stream that we've ever done for the past 4 or 5 years, however long it is that Roll for It has existed. So you can probably, I mean, from now on you can consider us biased because that is how sponsorships work, but you can know that up till now we have always given it our unbiased seal of approval. So we're sponsored by Roll20, which is awesome and very convenient for us. And you should, if ever playing RPGs online, probably use it because it's super useful and versatile. It's got like character sheets for most RPGs that are out there, and you can usually like code in your own if needed, or find someone that knows how to do that, which is what we've done in the past. So I literally use it for all my RPGing things, and then it's always baffling to me when someone comes on the show is like, "How's Roll20 work?" And I'm like, "How do you play RPGs? Are there other things? I don't know them." Yeah, no, Roll20 is awesome. So that's great. That's the announcements though. So let's go into how you can support Roll for It yourselves and allow us to do all the cool things we do. We have a Patreon, and that is the main way that we fund ourselves, and it's thanks to your awesome support that we're able to do all the cool things that we do. There's a whole bunch of tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show and to determine everyone's bacon preference, heretical or not. We also show you character sheets from all of the characters from all the players that we have in our shows. You can get enemy character sheets as well to see what kind of opponents we face throughout our adventures and misadventures. You can get maps and GM notes and other kind of session plans and secret things from GMs too. You can get the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month and how things are going for all the shows, and occasionally some hints on the things that we have planned. And you can also submit names for NPCs that we get used randomly throughout our shows. Every now and then we also throw in an interview with a player or a GM that you can check out as well and submit questions to. And if you're crazy, you can support us at the Legend tier, where you get to take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll for It cast. We just announced our GMs for this month. We've got Maggie running a game, and we've got Wise Papa Grant, also known as Grant Ellis, or whatever he likes to be referred to, running a game as well. Also, of course, Legends can support an episode every month, which is why today's supporter is Paul Toon. And if you're really crazy, you can also support a Deity tier, which we made because you should always make one more Patreon tier than you think you need. But then sometimes people do it, and at that point we don't have anything we can think of to give them anymore, apart from a personalized thank you video for being so awesome and incredibly supportive. You can also support in other places too. You can do things on Twitch, all the usual Twitch things. You can drop us bits; they will appear in the cup, and you can try and fill that with little bits, or empty it by dropping in some big bits and sending everything flying, as you so wish. Always fun to play with physics. And you can also give us tips, which appear on the screen. We read out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, you can become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, which normally you'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member as well, which gives you emotes and badges over there. Being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show to talk about all the cool things that are going on. We got rooms for all the shows. We got a general room. We got a games room. We got a RP room. We got a looking for group room. We got a wiki room. Please do wiki things if you're into lore and all that kind of thing. Super appreciate it. I don't talk about the wiki often enough. The people that work on the wiki are great, and we always love to see progress being made on there. My favorite thing on the wiki is the graph of cast on shows, because it uses like colored blocks to show like what shows people have been in and what they were in all the shows, and I like graphs and tables, so I'm into that, and I like seeing the patterns.
Wow.
That's how to get my attention, is to update that and then tag me. But like, Bentham, I updated the thing for you, and I can be like, ooh, pretty blocks. That's me. We love the people that work on the wiki, and people coordinate it in that Discord too. You can also, of course, join the rearguard in the Discord. We can contribute some dice rolls to the war effort that will either make things better or worse for the cast. Who knows? It is up to the dice. But the more you roll, the more interesting stuff might happen. Whether it is good or bad, and maybe it'll be what you're looking for. I don't know whether you're trying to make things better or worse, but you've got 50-50.
There's been some tough times for the logistics, especially, and the comms, the signals. So.
Yeah, so that's the ways you can do that, and also, of course, just by being here is already incredibly helpful and supportive, because it make the numbers go burr and the website be happy, and then it shows us to more people, and then we can introduce more people to the weird and wacky stuff that we do 3 times a week. I think that's it. I think that's all the things. Everyone's great. Press all the buttons. That too. Tell your friends. And with that, I will hand it over to
your enemies. Or your enemies.
Oh yeah, no. Maybe
you know
you
what?
can.
If you freaking hate us, just tell your enemies.
Maybe you can bring them around. Bond over roll for it after years of conflict. I don't know.
Bond over the misadventures of Makatilla.
Roll for it can unite us all.
And I'm seeing it. I'm seeing people like, I thought I hated you. I thought I hated you, but we both love The Last Ditch. And then they hold hands, and then they run through like a field, and then they sing The Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music. And then there's like a little screen in it. I'm going to stop talking because my imagination is going to just keep going. It's just going to keep going.
All right, over to Sheepy.
Okay, so last episode we had a little bit of planning time, but we actually started off with a action-packed encounter with some strange people in an alleyway. I think that's probably the best way to describe it, where the twins, Lieutenant Gunther Gunthorpe and Lieutenant Gunther Gunthrop, both duked it out with a couple of it was two, wasn't it? Sorry, I'm trying to remember. And yeah, because one came from the side and then you fought them in the little house bit. Yes, so 2 people, one of whom had a really strange weapon, which I think chat spoiled it for everyone as to what exactly that weapon was, but yeah, a very strange weapon, and they set it up. I believe you set it up like it was two people turning on each other.
We staged the scene to make it look like they turned on each other. Yeah.
After which you went back and reconvened and kind of swapped stories of picks in chests and shooting and killing enemy operatives. Whereupon you decided to have a few drinks and call it for the night until the explosion started to happen. You headed out into the street to see what was going on. Got what's the word when you get like roped? I get roped in, I guess. You get roped into to delivering some ammunition. And once you're inside one of the magazines, you saw it as a perfect opportunity to do a little sabotage.
When the opportunity's there.
When it's there.
Cavalcadre, baby.
Yeah. There was a weird moment where the twins swapped jackets and then checked for the sacrificial pawn, which meant that Trooper's Gunther Gunthrop had to stay behind because you had Dot's Gunther Guntrop's jacket, which held the piece.
Gunther had that and was planning on staying behind, but then we swapped clothes, so then I had it.
That was such a weird confluence of events.
It was perfect.
It was great. The rest of you headed off and used the ensuing confusion and battle that was currently going on the wall to essentially charge the tunnel and pretty much collapse it. You drove the truck in there and blew it up as it fell inside the tunnel, which essentially collapsed a fair amount of the tunnel at the entrance. It'll take them a little time to excavate that, if at all. Meanwhile, Trooper's Gunther Gunthrop. I will say, by the way, I'm not going to give it away yet, but the thing that you've been doing, Trooper, people have noticed and have been very much enjoying it. So, yeah. Yeah, I know, right?
What you're talking about.
Yeah,
what are you even talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's weird. It's so weird.
But Trooper's Gunther Gunthrop decided to, after failing a really unfortunate tech use, decided to essentially pull a pin on a grenade and run like hell. Got tackled by the quartermaster and had a little scuffle, all the while thinking, bugger, I need to get outside. Realized that there wasn't enough time to get outside before the explosion, so jumped behind the desk, pulled the staff sergeant on top of you, and through some unbelievable stroke of luck, actually managed to survive the explosion, where I was like, well, this is this character dead, there is no chance. With one wound, just one more damage, and Gunther Gunthrop would have been dead.
It's just a lot. It's just you just have to have a cover, and sometimes that cover is a supply sergeant.
Yeah, it's true, and a desk.
And a desk.
The desk took the beginning of the brunt, and then the stuff. Well, it didn't even take most of it. I think you shared it out almost equally. Sheep dice. Don't talk to me about sheep dice.
No witnesses. That's the best part.
It has, and this is something you'll find as we go on, but it has had an effect on the front line. They are low on ammunition, are currently trying to order more in so that they can replenish their stocks. But you nicked a truck, a kind of more Jeep type thing. Swung round, picked everyone up as the explosion was still happening. I swear one of you pinged the guard on the tunnel, right? Was it
That was
it secret?
yeah. We had a little we got shot. Some people got shot. There was somebody had to die, and I think Eric, you took care of that.
I didn't shoot the guard. I shot the truck.
You shot the truck.
Or did Ambrose take?
I
Oh,
think
that's
Ambrose.
right. Ambrose
Ambrose.
took. That's right.
Yeah.
Because my role was so crappy. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my 2 epic rolls in that fight, which were absurd.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Lieutenant Gunther Gunthrop was like ambush, pow, miss. Ambrose, please. But you all ripped off back towards the HQ, or sorry, your safe house, and piled in there to look after Troopers Gunther Gunthrop, and that's pretty much where we left off. So what we're going to do, for the sake of people being able to hobble around and be, not be bedridden, we're gonna move forward slowly through a couple of days. If there's anything you'd like to do, any kind of, some of it can be role played out, some of it can just be a role. Let me know if there are things you want to do, and if there's actions or scenes you want to take. Otherwise, we'll move slowly forward and we'll go through a couple of days, partially so the trooper can walk, because currently bedridden.
Real quick, Kira/Ambrose.
Yeah.
I assume that in this time jump, we have left our relationship status complicated and nebulous, and we haven't done anything to address it, right?
Yeah, I think that's fun.
That sounds very healthy.
It's super healthy. We're spies. We have emotional intelligence.
That's Just not for ourselves, just for the other people. Yeah.
We're really good at pretending to have emotional intelligence.
Yes. I would imagine that in my recovery, I'm also just working on perfecting those IDs for the commissars, the Caddick Citizen Safety Bureau Irregulars Division, just working on, probably with also Ambrose, if Ambrose wants to help, but just working on. I remember that Ambrose was helpful the last time, but just working on making sure that those badges are good and will, pass a good flash. And as I'm sort of just holed up in my bed with a spot of tea with a bit of, brandy in it, probably. It's just working on my, as you do, a bit of forgery as it was. And just making sure that my twin is all right, because I know that my, just checking out my twin's health and safety, and and in case, I'm just noting that if ever there comes a moment, Eric, don't listen to what I'm about to say. All right, excellent. If there ever is a moment, just happenstancely, when Sigrid just happens to come within melee range, to drop something off or to pick something up, I'm just going to try to slap him. Now, I'm going to note that I'm quite injured and also weak, and my reflexes are quite slow. So I imagine it looks something like this.
So you're not wanting an actual
No,
you're not wanting an actual role here. It's just something that would happen. Yeah.
Yes, and it would look quite embarrassing, is what I imagine. It'd be just sort of like, Sigrid, would you check out this badge?
What happens? What does Sigrid do?
I feel like I would have the grace to see you trying to do this, and that I would probably stop you from making an embarrassment. I just put your hand down as I look at it with you from your side, knowing exactly what you're doing. I'm like, there, dude.
just kind of fold it over their chest and just pat it once or twice. It's all right, old bean. It's all right.
But I'm planning one of these moments.
Yeah.
One of these moments. But when you're heavily medicated and also sick, and you just don't have mobility, and so your attempts to be like a ninja or a snake are really embarrassing and sad. That's what's happening. It's just
and I can't even see you doing it. That's why I have to stop you from making a fool of yourself.
Could I get additionally from Dot Godthrop a Medicaid roll? For this Medicaid roll, Dot, it will success and failure isn't too important. It's just okay. Well, you succeeded and succeeded quite well. What I was gonna say.
The most important role for Gunther yet.
What I was gonna say is it is just how long it takes you. The thing that you want to do is so easy. You just do it.
Great, wonderful.
So
perfect.
Before there's even a chance for anything to happen from that, you've already done it and it's all set up. So
Gunther's being weird in a room all by themselves, y'all.
Yes.
While this is like just no weird.
I would like to make a purposefully bad sleight of hand roll against Dot's Gunther.
Okay.
I see.
With the intentions of giving away that you're trying to nick the piece.
Correct.
Oh.
Maybe it's bad without me trying.
There you
Yeah, again.
Please roll me a scrutiny as well.
Me?
Yes, please.
I have a 1 in scrutiny. I got a worse roll on that somehow.
You can't find it. So even though you were attempting to fail, you were still kind of looking for it because that makes it easier to fail. You couldn't find it anywhere. Gunther, you obviously noticed this kind of like this hand like in your pocket, and then it's like, feel free to react to that however you like.
Oh, interesting. If I feel it, I'll just kind of grab it. And stop it. And Lieutenant Gunther will just simply say, "You're not going to find it in any pocket one can wear, hmm?"
I'm just doing a favor for a friend.
Me too.
It sounds like we're on the same page with this.
Yes, we are. Brandy?
Yeah, and Ambrose will fist bump or high five you or something.
Yeah, whatever our cool thing, and then I'll return from whatever weird thing Gunther was doing to join Gunther and Cedric.
Twin.
I have a name.
Yes.
It's
You're looking
different than yours, but not by much.
Well, I find our names quite different. I mean, I know the difference between them.
Gunther.
Yes, and I'm Gunther. It's quite clear. How are you?
Is that a legitimate question, or?
Yes.
I'm fine.
Are you?
So says the only person that didn't take a bullet wound.
I actually didn't take a bullet wound, in case you wanted to know.
No, you took. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling quite numb. I think it's all the brandy.
Good! It's working.
Also, could you do me a favor? Could you just come a little bit closer? I have to ask you something.
Gunther knows what's going on. Cedric, did I get the look? I look at Cedric. First off, is Gunther drunk?
No, Gunther drinks functionally, basically, I suppose I would say it.
Okay, perfect.
But it's pretty
no
doped
more
up, I
than
imagine.
Average, but it's
Yes.
doped up. Okay.
Yep.
I look
Socially.
at Cedric. Do you know this secret?
Oh, it's yeah, and it's a good one though, but you should hear it directly from the source.
Well, I trust Cedric. Come close, knowing what's coming.
No, a little closer, so I can whisper in your ear. Gunther, do me a favor, would you? This is what I want you to do. Listen very carefully. I'm going to reach out to try to slap you. I'm going to miss. It'll be fine. But then, I want you to slap Sigrid for me.
You want me to?
Shh.
Do what?
So, I want you. It's a misdirection. I'm going to try to slap you, but I'm going to fail miserably because my reflexes are shot at the moment. But you could mock me or whatever.
You should stop worrying about slapping Cedric and get better.
But that's why you should slap Sigrid for me. He won't see it coming. It'll be amazing.
Can I ask, because of the way you've been playing Gunther, how Sotto voice is Gunther actually? Because I
Right.
feel like.
I imagine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Gunther is not. I imagine Gunther is always
Yeah.
just a little inebriated, and because of that, they're always just a smidge louder than they should be, which is great for their cover, but horrible for things like this.
I'm going to give this a roll for Sigric because Sigric is a sniper and relies on his senses. So I will say it will be a minus. Sigric, could you please roll me a scrutiny with a minus? I'm going to say minus 10. Just just what I will say on this success is you don't pick up the words, but
there's
something about, like, let's face it.
There's a slap coming.
In the,
Somebody's getting
not
slapped.
not necessarily a slap. I'll say your senses, which are very much attuned to ambushes and traps,
Yeah.
has immediately like
Oh,
snapped
sure.
into yeah.
Yeah.
So it won't be an ambush if you do end up rolling to you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, Gunther, or are you ready?
I was
Just-
born ready. You should know that. I came out first.
You always mention.
Oh. I bat his hand away. Oh.
Next time. And I just actually knock my head against your head, just like not like violently, but like in a kind of a
Yeah, like our way of showing,
Yeah,
like sibling love.
just kind of a little bit of a.
Then Gunther turns around and gives eyes to Cindric. Like, turns around and, like, you can see it on Gunther's face.
No. Look at you two.
Cindric, I have a secret to tell you.
I shared it.
Guys are spies.
Not at the moment, we're just people.
I know.
I get to be
it's
the
just so
best
fun.
version of myself, which is
You
I
two
know,
are
it's
absolutely.
just
Yeah,
so
no,
funny.
I just do this, and I was like, you two are absolutely incorrigible. So I just go leave. And not.
I like being encouraged.
They are the exact. You are the exact same.
That's what everyone says. Sigrid.
I'd say I look better.
I mean, you do say that, but you say all sorts of things, you know.
Woo! Gunther, like, takes more brandy down and looks over to the two of them. Does Cindric, like, physically leave the room?
Yeah, because I'm just like, oh, you two.
Okay, Gunther gives a wink to Gunther and follows Cindric out. And right as you
Okay.
round the corner, Gunther goes, "Hey, just blind up." And Gunther rears back and slaps himself around the corner, so you hear the sound of the nap, but you don't
Blimey,
actually
yeah.
see it. Yeah, exactly.
And I look at Ambrose, I look at them, and I'm like, you see that? It was a slap by proxy.
This is how much we love you, Gunther.
What?
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 Well, we just willingly take slaps from you all the time.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't willing. I'm sure Gunther crept up like some sort of jungle animal, sneaky like, and then just out of nowhere, surprising like, just slapped Sigric, and then Sigric was like, "Oh no, I was slapped. Oh, revenge!" And then I'll get better, and then Sigric will slap me. And everybody will know that I'm not going to go anywhere because I have to wait for the re-slap, and everyone will feel better about my current state, because as long as I have the slap, well, you know, I'm not going anywhere, because after all, Sigric has to get me back now, so everyone can feel more comfortable, less nervous about things.
Endless circle of revenge slaps. Your plan is impeccable.
Thank you. I think I'm one of the, well, I think my revenge slap planning is well, not to be doubted. Ambrose,
Mm.
so here's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You are our best liar, and I mean that in the most complimentary way. What do you think? I'm thinking we've got a bit of time before we have to leave this place, before we have to exfiltrate. I really want to sow as much discord as possible. Like, if there were a logo, change it or something like this. Just, I don't know, make their company commander and their XO at each other's throats. Make all the troops doubt their mission. Make them doubt each other. Make them ill with dysentery. Make sure that all their paperwork's in the wrong place, and that they don't have mail from their family or food or good shoes. I hate it when I have bad shoes. I just want them all to have like shoot rocks in their shoes. Do you know what I mean? I just feel
rocks
like we can.
In their shoes. Yeah.
That's metaphorical. It's a metaphorical rock. It's symbolic. It's a symbolic. I might have spot more brandy. Anyway, a symbolic rock.
This reminds me of that time in school when we both failed exams and wreaked havoc upon the teachers that semester. Do you remember?
I do. Well, how dare they fail us anyway? I thought that was, it's unfair. Sure, we weren't studying, we were running about, but who needs to study anyway?
I think we broke up at least 3 marriages that time.
We did. Well, 2 of them were halfway there anyway, just need a bit of a push. Now, that was fun. You know, our school went through how many teachers while we were there?
We were terrors, tiny little terrors.
We were. Do you ever miss it?
School? I mean, what? This is kind of the same. It's child's play to play with these people.
That's true. That's true indeed. Except that now, well, a lot less chalk to go and throw about. Hey, look, things got a bit serious back there. Not much to talk about, but you'll just look out for Gunther, won't you? No matter what.
You don't even have to ask that question, Gunther.
All right.
You two are like family to me.
I know. I always feel like you're my other sibling, and Sigrik's my little brother who doesn't do anything I say. Just sort of sits there all little brother-like, being like, oh, I'm the little brother, but really I'm the older brother, but really I'm the little brother, but I think I'm the older brother, but clearly I'm the little brother, and, well, you know. Oh, speaking of which, this is not a lie or a ruse in any sort of way, Ambrose, but Sigrik told me that he wanted to ask you to dinner.
Really?
Yes, that's what he said.
He told you?
Yes, we were doing one of our slap fights. It was a whole thing. He was like, I would love to go and ask Ambrose to dinner, but I'm afraid to tell them. I'm afraid to share my feelings. And so that's basically, that's more or less what he said. So,
as an expert liar, I can absolutely tell that this is the truth coming out of your mouth right now.
Good, I'm so glad. I'm glad that you can tell. Just in case you were wondering, that's basically more, I mean, I could look, I saw it in his eyes.
Incidentally, you can, take this through narratively if you like. If at any point you want to roll for any of these things, just let me know and we'll roll off. Like, for example, this could be a scrutiny. I think there's a deceive in the.
Let's roll. I'll roll.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to, but in this instance, you may want to just to see whether you.
I failed horribly.
Okay.
Wow.
You failed pretty badly, but maybe no. Okay, so it seems pretty believable just off those rolls.
Look, it was the words were said were a little bit vague, but I have the sense, really. I'm just saying you should go and Ambrose, I've known you for all of my life, really, except for those first 2 or 3 years, which I don't think count because who knows. But my point is, Sigrid has feelings for you, is what I've picked up. And
yeah, I know that
you
that's
know.
the case.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you not have feelings for Sigrid?
Well, it's complicated.
In what way?
We can't. What if it puts us all in danger? What if I'm paying more attention to him in a battle than you?
Oh, well,
what
first
if,
off,
my heart gets soft and I can't be an assassin anymore, and I don't know, we want to have kids, and then it's like, how do we even do that in this situation? It's a mess. It's one thing to be in love with someone, and another thing to act on it, right? There's a lot of what ifs there. It's very dangerous. This is a sensitive operation, Gunther, and I'm working on it. And I appreciate your meddling, but I don't know if it's maybe too soon.
Well, just point of order, a few points. One, you went really fast from 0 to 60, just noting it, which is all right. I mean, I feel like, unless there's something you want to tell me, no one that I know is pregnant just yet, as far as I know. But, you know, when you say if you think about him, then it might compromise the mission. I imagine that pining and yearning and unrequited love is quite distracting. You know, if you just, I don't know, just maybe leapt in, it might relax things, and instead of bumping into each other all the time, you might just, you know, be like a well-oiled machine. You know, just look. It might seem complicated, but our whole lives are complicated, aren't they? And you know, well, some of the longest lived cavalcadre at all. I mean, most of us die quite quickly. We've done quite well for ourselves, and I think we do well for ourselves because we care. For each other, at least. So I trust you, and I trust that whatever you do will, in the end, work out well. And I imagine that, well, first off, there's no way you could not pay attention to me in combat because, well, I'm your best friend, aren't I? So I'm not worried about that at all. I just worry about your happiness. And, well, I just think you should be bold. You're bold on the battlefield. You should be bold in the affairs of the heart.
I think the entire time you've known Ambrose, they've never been in a real relationship.
Yep.
And Ambrose kind of leans forward and like puts a hand on your shoulder, if that's okay.
Oh yeah. That hurts.
Oh,
just
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's just the shrapnel. It's all right. It was taken out though. But
I take it back. Thank you for your pep talk. I will keep these points in mind moving forward. Maybe I will propose dinner.
All right then. Good. Look, I'm just trying to settle all my business, just in case.
Look, you're not going anywhere, Gunther. No one is going to let you.
Oh.
You have many slaps in order.
I do.
In your future.
Well, I mean, people can hit me. I'm like a snake. Hard to hit. Slippery. Look. Did you see it?
Gunther, the wild snake.
Dodging ability.
It's really top notch right now. Maybe don't move.
Oh, moving does hurt spot. Yeah.
Ambrose like hands you an ice pack and like tucks in part of the comforter or something around you.
And I sort of drift off to sleep a little bit after having tried to settle all of my business.
So one thing as we keep going forward, that you hear a banging on the front door. Push, push, push. We'll get to that momentarily, but you would hear it from where you are too, just so that you know. And also for Trooper, I have just a little bit of information for you. Do with this what you will.
Ooh.
So while I carry on, please feel free to peruse that. I know it's quite long, but yeah. So I would imagine. Good point. You are, as far as you can tell, absolutely clear, Sigrid. So, yeah. But no, I was wondering if you'd be like, let's just check out this. So, Sigrid and other Gunther, I assume you probably would have moved off downstairs, so you'd be down in the kind of sitting room area when the door gets knocked on. And
fine, the door is getting knocked on right in the middle of the question that I asked Gunther about what I should do about Ambrose.
Yeah. Well, if you're asking me for advice, I'd say.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Well. Should I? Are you
Yeah.
gonna?
By all means, I'll go get the kettle. Yeah.
Gunther, knowing that They're not who they say they are. They just blew some shit up. Stuff's really bad right now. Does not stand right in front of the door. Kind of goes to the wall next to it, and like leans and goes, "Who is it?"
Trooper, I need a minute from you. Or any of you who can remember. What was the name of the people who you fought in the alleyway? Because I had it in my notes, but I can't see the damn...
Let me
The
see.
alleyway people?
I think it's
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the spies, the alternate spies.
Oh, yeah, the Caddick Citizens Safety Bureau Irregulars Division.
Yes. So it would be and if you're
ACFF? ACSF?
The BFF? It's
Citizen Safety.
the Catechan Citizens Safety Bureau. The Catechans are different. They're vampires. The Caddick Citizens Safety Bureau. Irregulars Division.
So that's who's knocking at the door, and they say so because I'm going to mess that up if I have to say it. I don't know why I chose that name. And are you peeking like through a window or something to see who's there, or are you just like asking?
No, I'm like, just to the left of the door, right, with my back against the wall, like not standing in front of the door, but I just kind of, I call out to see who it is.
So they say, Caddick Safety, Citizen Safety Bureau, Lieutenant Van Bjorn. I demand entry to this house.
Great. We grabbed IDs and things for other people, right? Okay. I would like to go grab one of the IDs that would make me legitimate in some way. Can I do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. And my weapon.
And your weapon, okay.
Great, that's awesome. Maybe a quiet weapon like a scalpel, and I'm
Right, yeah, like instead of a...
Yeah, instead of like a, just something...
I was gonna say, because you either have a knife scalpel type thing, or you have a rifle, which may be a bit more obvious.
Yeah, I'm gonna just like tuck the scalpel away, and as I grab my badge, I look to Cedric, who is putting on the kettle. And I go, "We may have trouble." Yeah.
So I open the cabinets. There's like T, last pistol. So works for me.
Right next to the chamomile. I love it.
Is it one of those safe houses where like all of the tins of drink, like leaves for drinks and like cupboards for food, like everything just has pistols in them, and like just easily to access weapons and all that type of thing.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm gonna open this
Pulls
door.
pistols.
Yeah, pull the, and I do it. I try to do it with no hesitation, so it seems like I'm as legitimate as possible. Maybe I've like thrown my 5 o'clock shadow back on it or something to like really help not totally be who I say I was gonna be, but I will open the door.
And you see standing before you in one of those the same like overcoats, but much more smartly dressed, much more like out in the open. A very attractive woman who with a very like angled features and like this big long ponytail that kind of flies out off the back, and a cap. Kind of standing at like that like military stance with the hands kind of behind the back and etc. And she looks at you and says, "Well."
What is the name on my badge? Do we know? Does it matter?
You probably don't have like a badge on at this point.
Proper. Like, okay, great. Then all I have is our dear volunteer, Ronnie. Because that is the one that I've got at the moment, and so I'll just try to be. I want them to feel like they are in control of the situation, and so I'll like stand at attention, and I go, volunteer Ronnie, Kowinski, ma'am.
Yes, of course. Let me in.
Yes.
Volunteer.
Of course. And I'll kind of like turn. I try to say it as loud as possible so everybody can hear me.
I'm going to let you in, Miss Inspector.
Of course, I'll step to the side. Permission to speak freely, ma'am. Like as loud as I can.
And if you don't mind, as you're doing that, I'm definitely checking the back door because this isn't my first spy rodeo. And I know there's always somebody waiting there.
That's fair. Please.
Spy rodeo. I'd like to watch that.
Please roll me a +20 awareness, just as you're kind of checking out the back and making sure that way is clear.
You know that means I'm going to fail it, right? When you do +20.
I hope that you won't, but
Here we are.
you never. Wow.
Oh, I crit it.
Okay.
Oh,
Exactly
you,
on.
yeah, got exactly a success. From what you can see, there is no signs of anyone out there, and there's no one currently out there. Of course, your paranoia will probably have you still preparing for if there is, but as far as you can tell. Volunteer. I'm thirsty. Get me a drink.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a preference, ma'am?
Alcoholic. Now hurry up.
Yes, ma'am.
Chop.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll like run to the kitchen. I'm like, what a dumb bitch. And I'm gonna start like pouring a drink. And can I drug this thing?
Sure.
Great. I'm gonna just blink. I let Cedric see me, like very clearly drop it in. Like, yeah, you know. And then Ronnie comes back out, and my hand shaking a little bit. I hope it suits your fancy, ma'am.
Oof.
Do it.
What's in it?
That's a great question. The real question is, do we want to question this woman, or do we just want to take her identity?
What did I roll? I rolled a 71.
Probably what's in here is enough to knock out a horse.
Right.
It's probably the close to ketamine, I'd imagine. I don't know what. I know I just got a list from Chad of like drugs and things, but I imagine it's like a tranquilizer of some kind, like a horse trank or something.
Sure. They in 40k they don't often go very deeply into meds, you know, like medical stuff. So that's fairly open as far as I'm concerned. We can just say enough to drop a horse.
Perfect.
Would you please roll me a scrutiny, but you can also take a plus. I think in this instance, just purely because of how they rolled, take a +30.
4.2.
Oh, that's
I'm
good.
turning around from last week, y'all.
Yeah.
It's turning around.
So
We got good.
as you hand it over, I think you notice just the barest but right on the contour of the cheek. Probably because it doesn't the features are so angled, it's just hard to do. You notice like a little flap of loose skin.
Oh, little mask, little spirit gum problem somebody's having. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Which means, given your very, very successful scrutiny roll, I'm gonna bring you back to a time when you were chatting with your captain,
and they were somebody else.
And they were Sergeant Gag, and they were talking about replacing Lieutenant Van Bjorn.
Okay,
But
in lieu of today's okay.
I'm not telling you not to drug your captain. But...
he gets it very knowing this now. Like I imagine she goes to sip it, and that's when I see the tear.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach back and slap it from the captain's
Oh yeah, it just
Okay.
No, you're good. Did you want to do something? Yeah, totally.
Oh no, I was like, I figured maybe it could have been when I realized no one's in the back, I would have put it together, and that's why I would like rush back, be like, oh no, you should definitely try this tea, Captain. And I look at you like you're like offering the glass, like no, you should try some tea, Lieutenant Gag. You know what I mean? Like as I'm doing that, looking at you, Gunther.
I look really surprised, piece together the mask thing, and I'm gonna turn around and just slap this glass from the captain's head.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Gunthrop, what do you think you're doing? That was perfectly good alcohol.
If by perfectly good, you mean that you were going to sleep for the next 2 days and I was going to dump your body in a gutter, then yes.
I don't drink that much. What are you talking about?
Captain,
Yes.
little ketamine goes
Wait,
a long
no.
way.
Okay, I was gonna try to save you, but okay.
Why?
All right.
Why would you possibly take it upon yourself to drug your captain?
To be honest, sir, you're not looking as gagtastic as you did the last time you came in. I did not know.
Of course, I'm a different person. Sorry, forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. I completely forgot that you wouldn't know as me. No, understandable.
Maybe we should have a
understandable.
safe word or something, so I don't try to do that every time.
No. That was my own silly brain just forgetting. You change people so many times. You forget who you are sometimes.
With big eyes, like Captain. I almost killed the captain.
It's happened before.
Let me make you a fresh drink.
Preferably one without.
Yes, send the salt. I'll be back.
Yes.
Make him a
Thank
hot
you,
toddy.
Lieutenant.
We actually have tea, so I'll be back.
Yeah.
Thanks to Cedric. I imagine the kettle goes.
Yep. Start fixing one up.
So, you've been rather busy, I hear. Security's tightened, which is a bit of a bother, but I still managed to get my mark. And like the voice has changed very slightly, like dipped a little deeper. Just not as obviously feminine as it was before. And it's a little weird to see this like very striking woman speaking at a slightly lower,
But it's the captain, so
yeah.
I'm used to it by now, right?
It's the captain's voice, so you are used to it. From what I hear, we have had a remarkably successful day or so. The tunnel was collapsed. I hear they're starting work on digging it out again, but that's going to take them way too long. I don't think they're going to make it in time.
Well, Captain, now that you have your team, maybe Cedric and I should escort you upstairs where we can talk about the fallout from such actions.
Of course, as long as I'm not going to get ambushed up there.
I doubt. We're not all in a place to be ambushing at the moment, Captain.
Interesting. Well, lead on, Lieutenant. I will, sure you'll reveal to me what you're talking about soon.
I'm sure it will reveal itself. Like, take down some more alcohol.
So you're heading up to your twins.
Yeah, I think since I was yelling out, we should let Ambrose and Gunther know that like we're not actually under attack. It's been kind of quiet. Like we should just like.
Yeah, Ambrose is like up against the wall next to the door, like ready when you're coming upstairs.
Do we have like like what is our call sign where like things okay?
You and Gunther would definitely have a whistle for Captain's coming.
Right. Yeah.
Hide anything you shouldn't have.
Some bird sound.
Bird sound. Yeah. I call out to them to let them know that everything is a-okay.
Yeah, Gunther, you hear the officer on deck whistle.
Yeah.
I hear that. I'm like, well, I'll wait.
Did Gunther have like a gun like in bed or something?
So
grenade.
Gunther actually, like when the banging on the door and the shouting happened, Gunther slipped out of bed and underneath the bed.
So when you walk into the room, Gunther's not there.
Roll me a stealth. I'll give you a +20 because it's not.
Do your feet hang out the end?
I just want to see if your feet are hanging out the end or anything like that, because that's always
+20.
Yes.
Hey.
3-2. So I basically
you're probably hidden, yeah.
like the one time I heard there was somebody came was like, no, I'm going to hide in case there's a walkthrough. So I'm like, I just like rolled out of bed, all Godfather 1 style.
A
little
like, bit painful, like some of your scars and stuff, obviously.
And I'm hidden, and like the bed itself is super messy, so that you actually like the covers are sort of covering up this sort of the spot underneath, so you wouldn't actually see me there. I'm just like there at the moment, hiding. So you don't see me when you all walk in.
Captain. Or wait, what's our person in charge? What's the officer rank?
Captain.
Captain. Yeah. So you walk. Ambrose is captain.
Gunther would know what Gunther is probably at, because I imagine they used to hide under beds as kids and stuff like that.
Yeah, beds or cabinets. Like, I'm hiding somewhere.
Gunther, you can come out now. It's just the captain.
Like, you see their head pop out from under the bed.
Oh, no, I come and help you.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Interesting. What happened here? Does this have anything to do with the explosion in one of the magazines?
No. And I've still got like little charred skin.
I honestly, you probably are like half gauze.
Yes.
Just like the half of your face, half of your body, just all gauzed and medicaled and.
Some might say we got carried away. Others might say we had a very successful mission where we all survived.
Or some might say, as I'm being helped into the bed, it was an explosively good time. Just, right?
Thank the Emperor I'm not there yet.
Well,
Get back in bed.
jolly good show. Maybe next time you could try not to almost die and complete your mission. I don't ask for perfection, Lieutenant Gunthrop, but I do like my troopers alive when possible.
Well, I am alive, aren't I? I mean,
touch and go, old bean.
Well, fair enough. Speaking of which, Sigrid has quite a few plans, great ideas. That one, Sigrid, he's, smart and capable and could use a bit of a, I don't know, an award or promotion or some such, some sort of, I feel like Sigrid really should be promoted from specialist to something a bit further up. I say this as a person who's seen his bravery and skills, and I'm just putting in a recommendation. This is what I'm doing, Captain.
That's a very drugged Gunther.
Trust you to almost die exploding a magazine and suggest someone else for medals and promotions.
Well, yes, but that's how you know that it's objectively true. So just, while I'm going to lay down, feeling a little tired. I'm here for the briefing though, but just put a little bit of a promotion, I'd say. Sigrid's way.
Okay, I want to come in at the most dramatically appropriate time as you're talking about this, bringing you like a tray of like a sandwich and some tea and stuff. Like, oh, Captain, you shouldn't be listening to old Gunther here. He hurt his head real bad in that explosion.
Good.
I wouldn't listen to a single pip coming from him.
Bother. Again, Sigrid.
Here you go.
Ooh, this is
Here's
my
your egg
favorite
sandwich. Yeah, just
thank
as
you.
I even cut off the crust for you.
Thank you, Sigrid. I do adore an egg sandwich. Oh, and you put relish in it. Thank you. And I'm just gonna
You have no idea how much I've. You have no idea what I had to pay for to get the last of the relish in this city.
Ooh, whoa. And then I look with deadly seriousness, but with a mischievous twinkle in my eye. Now that there's no more relish in the city, soon it will fall. Because everybody likes relish. I'm gonna just.
Yeah. How much you just relish that?
Yeah, Gunther's like trying to help you put it in your pie hole. Right in the relish hole.
Now, why do we owe the pleasure, Captain?
Well, as you can see, and he like pulls out one of the she pulls out her ID tag and like flips it open. It's got the. It's not an irregular one. It's kind of the more essentially like military police is a.
It's non-holographic.
No, it's much more standard. But She pulls it out and opens it up, and you can see it. I have managed to infiltrate the Katic Citizen Safety Bureau.
We already did that, actually. And I just toss one of the badges over to the captain, just like from the bed. But we're actually more impressive, just so you know.
Oh, irregulars.
Yes.
Much like everyone else here. And then tosses it back on. I, however, have managed to position myself as a lieutenant, not a irregular. So I have access to a little bit more information, and I have the ability to kick down doors and storm my way into people's houses, which is, as you can imagine, very useful.
Gunther might have something to say about our irregulars and how our irregulars are quite impressive.
What am I saying? I hiccup and drink.
Gunther, our irregulars, the badges, what happened? Who we found? Your gun?
Oh, they had a super spicy piece of technology. Some kind of syringe needle projectile.
Like a needle gun?
Yeah, just like that.
But spicier.
Oh, possibly contraband in nature. Interesting.
What?
I tried to confiscate it, but it was needed to clean the crime scene of our existence.
Of course. Well, I can look into this. Predominantly, I've come here to give you an addendum to your previous mission. Well, maybe a new mission. It seems you have essentially completed the one I gave you. Which is, if you can disrupt any more of their operations in this area, that would be peachy keen. We would very much like that. But additionally, I would like you to keep an eye on the tunnel area and around that part of the wall, just to make sure they don't try anything else tricky. Who knows what they would be willing to do to prevent an incursion into their city with the ease of which the tunnel will allow them.
I looked to Ambrose and Cedric. We did get badges for some of the people on site at the hole.
Perfect.
That's actually me looking for confirmation. Gunther is confirming because I wasn't,
Gunther actually did the did a very good roll in the forgery to get
yes,
tunnel badges for everyone.
So we have 4.
You have a set of IDs. I would say probably corporals and sergeants for the tunnel work, but you're not like you haven't got someone who is in charge of the tunnel area and tunnel work. It's just workers who will be working there. But decent rank, so you won't be completely, lost around, just partially lost around. And also, you have, I think it was 4 irregular badges, Citizen Safety Bureau irregular badges.
Cool.
A quick question. What is the state of civilians in this town that is under siege and within walls? How many civilians are there? What are they doing?
A lot of them have volunteered in the volunteer force, of course. Many of them have started barricading their houses and preparing for street fighting. A few have been evacuated when possible and if important, but the majority of them, as usual, have just been left to kind of carry on their lives and keep things going.
So I say, so Gunther says, I had a bit of an idea. It's a bit of a, well, depending on what everyone's doing. As you know, I'm right as rain and fit as a fiddle and able to go and carry on as one does. I thought, considering my spry nature, I might do a little bit of a new identity. This one perhaps is I'd say is like an old an old nan or an old grandpa, something like this. I could sit myself up with a shawl, sit myself up just on a street corner looking a bit, well, miserable, within sight of the tunnel. I could just sort of be an old sort of civilian, just
someone's grandmother or something.
Yes, I could be someone's grandmother, just knitting, and by the way, I'm quite a good knitter. Just knitting a bit and watching the tunnel.
Here's an idea. Presumably they'll be having to clean up the tunnel before they start restoring it. Maybe one of you could be the granddaughter or grandson of grandmother, and have to bring grandmother along because can't leave her at home. And that could.
I'm just saying, I could be lookout. I could be eyes. Nobody suspects an old grandmother. Also,
I don't think we should have you be legs for quite a while. So eyes would be better.
Yes. So if we need to keep an eye on a tunnel, I can be grandma, can't I? I'm quite good at it. Do you remember that time? Do you remember when I was with Grandmother Jenkins? It was lovely. Do you remember?
Reminds me of my own grandmother. Although I must admit I was never clear on whether they were my grandmother or grandfather. They never did tell me.
No. Settle back in.
So, Captain, I have a question. You believe we should keep eyes on the tunnel, which is currently at the moment going to be halting in work for quite a while. But when we first arrived, you mentioned the wall.
Yes, there is a possibility that with the two sections of the wall that have been reinforced, they aren't quite as strong there. If they were to suffer a significant explosion, then they would most likely be easier to take down. But at least on the further north one, there would be a possibility of it affecting the tunnel that our lads are digging in here. So probably not that one.
But our efforts of digging into the city are on track.
Yes, everything's spot on time. Should be any day now, in time for Christmas, etc., etc. Yes, looking forward to that time.
I only ask because if we time a wall explosion with their entry into the city, they are now at quite a disadvantage.
Indeed, it could cause a lot of confusion. Plus, if you find an opportunity to sabotage or destroy any of the other magazines and armories in this section, obviously that would throw them into a lot of confusion I'll tell you what. Over the next couple of days, I'll do my best to get in contact with those scouts they have outside the city. And I'll see what they say about timing for the wall. Maybe I could get you an exact groundbreaking moment.
That would be excellent. I mean, after all, we have the whole idea of a bit of dysentery that takes a few days to sort of make itself known and done. And I know that my sibling...
No, it will last them through the war.
Yes, my sibling does love to poison people. Gunther.
I am aware of that, yes.
It was an accident. I didn't know.
In fact, the only way I'm able to tell the both of you apart is when one of you tries to poison me. And then I'm like, oh, that's Gunther.
That's fair. That's fair. I never try to poison people.
I do appreciate that.
I normally just distract while someone poisons people. It's normally what I do.
Or almost get killed blowing up a bunker.
I think the almost getting killed part's a little bit overstated. It was
It's true, you failed at that.
Yes. Wait, no. Oh, look. I'm feeling so tired from all of this praise that I'm getting. I just sort of roll over.
No, don't sulk. So yes. only reason I came here, really, before I head back, and I will look into this irregular branch. I haven't heard anything about them, so that worries me a little bit.
They're high-tech assassins or some such. They're bad news.
But so are we, and we should be the only high-tech assassins around the area.
I'm just letting you know there's another set of high-tech assassins. All I'm saying is that they're not regular irregulars. They're irregular irregulars. Which makes them regular again.
I don't think the two cancel each other out, but
I'm really intrigued by this group. I feel like if we could get inside, we could steal some useful information from them, and maybe some tech if they have those weird guns. I mean, I'd love to get my hands on one of those.
Capital idea.
Ooh, that is an idea.
And they may have, like we often do, they may have more information than the regular soldier on the street.
Counter intel. Wait, this is regular irregular territory.
Counter intel.
Counter intel.
That's the proper term.
Counter.
Counter intel, I believe, is the correct.
Oh, I thought it was countered squared.
Or we cubed now. Oh.
Counter intel.
It's a good thing we don't do math for a living.
Well, speak for yourself. I've never done math in my life.
No.
Well, we've done it once or twice.
Well, 1 minus 1 equals 1.
Well, all I know is I stole all the math answers.
That's the maths of infiltration as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
Well, let us simmer on it. We have some brandy to sip and a plan to make, Captain.
Yes, and I need to give you your proper mission. Essentially, ensure that the tunnel being dug under the city by our boys on the other side of the wall succeeds. Any operation started to stop that should be curtailed. That is your mission. Any additional disruption, counter espionage, all of those type of things, you know your job, is icing on the cake. And when you get back to HQ, I'll make sure the cake is very iced and very alcoholic.
Quick question, Captain. We timed our bit of our hullabaloo to the city being bombed. Just checking in. What's the word on the street? Do they blame the bombing of the magazine on the bombing from the outside? What is the word on us? You know.
So they think that the bombing on the magazine was a misplaced bomb, just a stray one, because it is reasonably close to the line of limited anti-aircraft they have in the area. So the suspicion is that a bomb hit it, and it's what it looks like, to be honest. For the tunnel, they suspect insurgents, so there'll probably be increased security, especially from my lot, or well, the lot that I'm pretending to be is my lot. So just keep an eye out. There's possibilities that you'll be stopped and questioned, but you have good IDs and good covers, so you should be fine. And if you're not, kill them.
My sort of mission. Excuse me.
Yes, so that's pretty much sets it all up and ready for you to knock them down. Any questions?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Would you like another drink?
No, I mustn't. I must go back on duty and
Captain, you might want to get a little spirit gum under the mask there.
Oh, yes. She does have a very angular face. It's very difficult to keep on. So, this will probably be the last time I see you. If I can, I'll let you know when the when the invasion happens, or when the tunnel breaks, when we're expecting it to break. But once that has happened and your job is over, just exfiltrate, get back to the lines. I believe some of the 1-4 and the 12th are in this area, so you may want to take over a couple of uniforms, pretend to be from them while you exfiltrate from this area.
How many days do we have left, Captain?
I would say max a week.
A week, all right. I'll be right as rain by the time we exfiltrate. It's all right.
Perfect. You can walk out with your head held high.
Yes. Well, unless I'm the grandmother, in which case I'll be stooping and you know, with a bit of a cane, probably. I do like a good walking stick.
Well, you can waddle out with your head held high.
Yes.
Very well. Unless there are any more questions, I will skedaddle myself. Very well. Carry on. And
Pip pip.
gives a nod and strides out.
Quite like the angularity of her face. So I'm thinking grandma.
So we have 2 badges for the tunnels proper.
4. I made 4. We don't need all 4, but I made them just in case.
So we have 4 officer badges for the tunnels?
Yeah, sergeants, corporals.
NCOs, not officers.
We've
So
got
that's
4.
our cover, right?
We've got 4 NCO badges and like 4 irregulars badges. We don't necessarily all need them, but I made a set of 4 just in case.
The irregulars, as far as you can tell, aren't even soldiers, technically speaking. So they don't have ranks.
Well, they're irregulars. Yeah. Do we?
Sketch.
Well, I think Ambrose was onto a clever plan here of infiltrating them first, these irregulars. Perhaps we could do that before heading to the tunnel.
That's a
All
good
we
idea.
need to do is keep eyes on the tunnel, yes? So that's
And
easy.
that's something that I can do. I feel like parking me as the grandma by the tunnel would be a good idea.
We're not going to leave you there alone.
Oh, as a grandma, no one's going to bother me at all. I'd say you go infiltrate the irregulars while I keep eyes on the tunnel, as, you know, Grandma Jenkins.
I don't like that plan. I think you should come with us.
Ooh.
How bad off is can you walk? How much makeup coverage do we need, prosthetics to cover the burns and stuff? Or do we just dress you up as like a hurt soldier and make it happen? Like I'm curious, how bad off is Gunther?
Gunther's pretty, almost died pretty bad. There are broken ribs and burn marks and
Yeah.
And they're putting on a very brave face about it, but they are clearly weak and
still recovering, definitely. One thing you could do is not just go grandma, but go grandma who was injured by those dastardly dogs over the wall, and then I can't say for definite, but anyone trying to harass a grandma like that was probably going to get their teeth kicked in by their own
they're
troops.
gonna die early anyways. So I do look to Ambrosia and I say, I have to agree with Ambrose here. Being by yourself is, you're not in a state to come with, but you also.
This is why I'm saying you just let me be Grandma Jenkins and sit on a porch by the wall. I knit a little bit, and nobody pays attention to a grandma. No one's going to harass me.
Can you knit?
Yes, I can. I'm actually quite a good knitter. Better at knitting than I'm at crocheting, but you should see my needlepoint. I'm actually quite good at needlepoint. I think actually it's one of my better skills. I'm terrible at canning, though.
Ambrose looks at Gunther. Other Gunther, Gunther, and is giving you a look that's we can't leave Gunther alone. We just left Gunther alone, and that was catastrophic. Ambrose is having feelings.
Yeah, so is Gunther.
Just also an additional thing. Could you roll me an awareness and a scrutiny with a +10, Sigrid, please?
Ooh. Ooh.
Awareness first, right?
Oh, yes, please.
+10.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh.
Well done.
We're very aware.
Thanks. Wow, I've been practicing.
Whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
I'm just gonna send you a message then. Sorry, carry on.
Ooh.
Oof. Well.
No.
Why don't the 3 of us run out and get these new identities? identities, and then maybe when we return, Gunther, we can discuss a more proactive way inside of the tunnel.
Yeah. Like out of character, Trooper, I would love to do this with you, but I also want you to be included in the plan, man. I don't want you to feel like you're sitting here out loud.
No.
Right.
I'm as a player, I'm super fine with Gunther sitting on the wall watch. Super fine.
Okay.
Honest.
We discussed it already. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah. As a player, I am happy to be support.
The eyeballs.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
Oh.
How about so Ambrose like, all right, fine, but stay on the radio the whole time. Do we have radios? I don't know.
Yeah, we gotta have some kind of communication
We have
system.
ear.
It's in our character sheet.
I don't know what kind of technology we have. And if you see anything happening, tell us right away.
Well, of course. I'm just going to be now. I suppose I should ask the most important question. The most serious question for everything. What all do you want me to knit? I was thinking about a scarf, but if you wanted, what? I could do.
We'll leave it to your
beret.
creative inspirations.
Beret. Yes, I can do that.
Raspberry is the color preferred.
Oh, a raspberry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can do that. Well, sort of looking about, I'll have to sort of undo some of the fabric in this place, but yes, raspberry beret. I'm on it. Sigrid, I'm making it for you.
Gunther, I'm serious. Be really careful, okay?
Oh,
You're
I'm
not
always-
allowed to leave your rocking chair.
all right. I won't.
I'll know.
Good. And Ambrose lightly slaps your cheek.
It still stinks throughout your body a little bit.
Rick, just know, I may have the slap now, but one of you is going to begin the slap soon. You don't even know. Just wait.
I'm ready.
Sigrid, can I tell you something? It's a secret. Could you come closer? I have to tell you something. It's really important. Just
How about after the mission, friend?
all right. I don't know
Thanks,
why you
Tom.
don't.
He can get close when you give him his finished beret.
Also, Gunther with an A, Gunther. Would you please roll me
Deceit?
scrutiny?
Scrutiny? Parry?
Harry.
Minus 0.2. 0.2.
That's not bad.
You feel like you missed something
Hmm.
while the captain was here.
Yeah.
It's probably the foggy head. It can be a bit hard to concentrate with the.
No. I suspect many things. Yes. I already know what's happening. The
Right.
captain was here. I know what's going on.
Yes.
I just don't yet have this dexterity to steal back what I need to steal back. I'm going to steal things any moment. You don't know. Stealing all the things. And and Gunther at this moment is like imagining that at this point in time, Ambrose has the case and is just imagining how they are going to get it back from Ambrose. And then also is like trying to figure out who has the sacrificial, there's a lot of stealing.
I completely forgot about the case from the captain. Completely forgot about it.
But see, Gunther has it, and Gunther assumes that you now have it, and so now has to try to steal it from you, but cannot get out of bed.
Yeah, that's good. Good.
Question for the sake of it, for my own curiosity, really, was the reason that Gunther brought up the whole Sigrid situation a distraction ploy to distract Ambrose from the case so that Gunther would have a chance to get it? You're so sneaky. I love it. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
just a little sneakiness, I try to distract all the time,
All right.
and that's
well, I
that's
guess
why
we should-
Gunther's my twin, because all we do, we distract people.
Oh yeah.
And this
I
is
guess
why
we
I'll
should
never
go.
know if Ambrose's feelings are real.
True. It's all lies. It's a circle of lies.
I think Gunther goes, well, I'm gonna go have another drink before we try to go steal some identities. And they kind of scratch really deeply at their hindquarters, just under their leg. Oh, and then waddle out of the room.
Okay.
Pour one for me.
You don't have to ask me twice.
And I think I sort of get out of bed, and it's clearly a problem. And I'm going to go.
It twinges a bit though.
Yeah, and I'm going to sort of like shuffle, because this is somebody's house we've stolen, like with a family and all that. And so I'm going to shuffle over.
They didn't have a family, and they're dead now, so it's fine.
Well, they're dead. No, but I'm going to get their clothes. I'm going to get some.
Oh
like,
yeah, totally.
I'm going to start working on my disguise, like in a slow way.
Well, let's accelerate time a little bit. Does anyone have any kind of preliminary things they'd like to do over the course of, let's say, a couple of days?
I think if we're gonna plant the dysentery, it's gonna take some time. So I might that's a sly thing I can do, like when I go to mess, undercover. Yeah, I just drop a little poop in the soup, and that's it.
That's like a boop on the snoot, but it's totally different.
But it's definitely got more long-term effects.
And I'm gonna sort of get myself into Grandpa Jenkins mode and like spend time sitting on a rocker in a space where I can see the tunnel, the tunnel space, and I'm going to knit a raspberry beret. So just in a very just be little old grandma. Grandma. What was I think I wrote it down. Hold on. Grandma. I was Tortoise Haycoop. It was Canicus. Yeah, I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be Grandma Canicus. So I'm gonna be Sigrix Volunteers Grandma, just sitting out there, watching the knitting and watching the tunnel.
Getting some fresh air and
yes,
of course.
I think Ambrose is gonna work on the wigs and makeup and stuff for like everybody, like touching them up and adding any kind of details that we possibly can. So I don't. Maybe I can roll like to make them better or something. To some spycraft, something or other, deceit maybe.
It'll be.
Let me have a look here. I would say yes. In this instance, it would be deceive.
Yeah, I don't see anything else there.
Survival possibly, but that's slightly more like survival is often used for crafting, but not really this type. I would say deceive makes a lot more sense.
Cool.
And take a how'd you do? Oh well, you didn't need a plus. You didn't need a +10, but I was going to give you a +10, so 3.5 degrees of success.
Hey, those wigs look immaculate.
Essentially, the disguises are good, but they're the thing that the others don't always think about that is something that you add your touch to is, they do a great disguised grandma, but they don't think about the dirt and the scuff that comes from living and walking around the city. So you just add those details in. So not only do they look how they're supposed to look, but they also look how they would look if they live in this area.
Cool. Yeah, Ambrose will spend some time doing that, like in the, I don't know, like in the main area or in the kitchen or something. Like Ambrose has taken over a room and it's a mess.
Yeah.
Nice.
Additionally, if anyone would like to kind of go out and start infiltrating, you do have some free time and etc. So
I was about to say, so other than planting a little dysentery action, the only other thing is maybe scouting the wall, like finding out what the guard change is. If we're also going to plot that alongside of this, and Gunther has the dig site on watch, Gunther might actually approach Sigric about trying to get some. We can take on lowly level volunteers on the wall, but trying to just make sure that we have where's the best place to put it, how do we get less people on, like what's the perfect time to make that happen.
Well, given the site of the tunnel and Sigrid, if you're heading off and starting to work on the tunnel with Grandma, then I can tell you that essentially they're just having you clear up the area and like start excavating the hole. It's not too much hard work. There's a lot of chances to take breaks and look around. So the combined efforts of Gunther and Sigrid in that situation would be enough to kind of scope out the wall. So yeah.
I just request as you're doing scoping, find out if this wall is technological or mechanical, perhaps. If it's technological, perhaps we can at some point in time, right when we get down to the go moment, use technology to open those gates and lock them open. We may not need an explosion.
No, they walled that up. We were told they walled those places up, right?
But they're gates, right?
I thought they were bricked up.
Not anymore.
They were gates that were then kind of essentially bricked up, but more kind of like reinforced with
We're gonna basically have to blow it open. They're like they're weaknesses in the wall. This is
But they're essentially bricked up, but they're not as strong as the rest of the wall, which has been established and additionally, just while because obviously you're changing out, you're going into granddad or grandma attire.
Grandma Jenkins, actually.
This will be a plus 20. Could you please roll me a scrutiny?
Of course. I would be. It would be my pleasure. Minus 2.1. That was terrible, wasn't it?
Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Yes. I'm going to just go.
It's the
go sit on a porch.
It's the stretching you have to do to disrobe and re-robe. It like the pain is just so distracting. You don't really notice other things. Yeah, is what I was saying.
And I'm probably going to. It's probably a lot of going out, being Grandma Jenkins, sort of knitting quietly on my chair, and then sort of in the evening, just sort of coming back and collapsing, probably.
Yeah. It is just quite a stress on you, even still. I'm assuming you're trying not to let Sigrid realize how much of a stress it is on you.
Well, I mean, it's okay that he knows that I've been blown up. That's fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
but I imagine Gunther's the type of person who would try and keep it.
Oh, so stiff up a lip, indeed.
If you want to roll for that, then we can do a roll. Or Sigrid, if you think you wouldn't particularly notice because Gunther's putting on a brave face, then we can leave it as just.
I think it'd be more interesting if I didn't notice.
Okay. In that case, could we roll a deceive for Gunther, please, and a scrutiny?
-27.
Okay, and a scrutiny for Sigrid.
Yup.
I'm going to try to keep my stiff upper lip.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be anything extra.
I don't say anything about it.
You'd expect, but yeah, you do notice.
Yeah, I'll make sure not to say anything about it.
Roll for Britishness.
Yes, and I think I'm gonna spend like a couple of days there, just sort of like being Grandma Jenkins, taking note of all the comings and goings, and basically sort of I think I'd like to think of it as being the communication center for the team. That if people, I can relay message, somebody can drop something up to me and I can drop it up to the next person who comes through.
Yeah.
So like I think of myself as like the central communications hub, and
the others kind of like pass by you and like, all right, did you need anything? And like drop a note or in that case, additionally, could both Sigrid and Gunther roll me an awareness and a scrutiny? Because you're around the area so much, and I will say one thing is, a couple of times, Sigrid, you are asked to show your ID. You do show it, but no one bothers. Bothers Grandma. So,
lovely.
Ooh, nice rolling. Yeah.
Thanks. I've been practicing. I've been hitting the dice gyms.
Wonderful.
I'm also going to roll a little bit of security, and I think that just generally speaking, I'm very distracted by my burns. I'm doing my best, right? But I think that it's clear that I'm not on my game because I'm in a. Well, I'm fine. I'm not in a lot of pain at all, am I?
Still
Nope.
soldiering on.
Yes, I'm soldiering on.
So
I'm making this beret.
What I'll say, for the scrutiny, Gunther picks up some of it. Sigrid, you pick up a little more. The guards changes are a little irregular because quite often the volunteers are put on punishment detail where they do extra hours and things like that. So worthy of note, if you can get some of the volunteers who go on guard duty in trouble or on punishment detail, not only will you know the exact timing of when they come off, it'll be longer and they'll be even more kind of like loopy from being up so long. Additionally, the wall is for the most part guarded from the top and from the back, so there are regular patrols now that go up and down the roads along the wall, and there haven't been any more attacks either since that last one. In terms of the tunnel, work is going okay. You don't think they'll have it cleared out in a week, and they don't appear to be bringing in explosives. So,
for the record, because it's really important for Gunther to seem competent, like to be a good team member. Especially after the first day or so, I don't let people help me because I have a walking stick. I have a cane. So actually I do it myself. It is the cane for my grandma, but I don't need people helping me around because I can do it. And so it's very there's a little bit of stiff upper lipness when I get myself moving on my own with my cane, but nonetheless.
Noted. And I imagine there's a couple of times volunteers are oh, here you go, Grandma, let me help, and you're and whack them around the shins. You're get away, I can do it myself. Which just adds to the cover, really, because we all know grandmas like that.
True. Oh no. Yeah, and I'll be helping you as best I can.
Yeah. I will say additionally for Gunther, one thing that will be on your mind is, you've patched you've patched Gunther up from the explosion and from everything. You are aware your facilities and your what you have access to is very limited. So, because I know this is going to be on Gunther's mind, you'll need to take Gunther off to a an actual medical place and
a proper medical facility, which probably doesn't need to be done behind enemy lines.
No, once you get exfiltrated or something, it's that's going to be the
That's fine. We can deal with it.
Yeah, okay. Gunther would definitely note that, and, I mean, infiltration's what we do, right? So I imagine we hop from place to place to place all the time. Okay, I will make note of that, and Gunther is gonna cook up a plan for getting us out of here and getting, a fella.
Yeah, the captain did say that once the tunnel breaks in about a week, you'll be your job then is to exfiltrate and leave and get back to Cavalcadre, wherever the hell it is Cavalcadre come from.
I was gonna say, do we have a home base, or do we just take over new identities and move on? What is the process of that?
Very often you take on new identities and carry on working.
Oh, I got a fun plan. Okay,
you carry on working inside friendly regiments. Essentially, that is kind of your home.
Okay. I'll tell you all that at break because that's fun and I need to simmer on that. Okay.
Okay.
Again, that's something Gunther is making note of. We are actively trying to find new identities and make the plan to basically blow this place sky high and escape in the chaos. Right? That's the plan. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
And I'm just going to spread demoralizing information as a granny this time.
Okay.
Just I'm gonna make people feel bad and demoralized, in the way that only grannies can. Talk about like, oh my, I had 5 grandchildren and 4 of them have died in the war.
And
just
I only killed
suffering,
one.
misery.
Yeah, Marlene Dietrich did this sort of psyops during World War II where she recorded a whole bunch of songs in German that were all about basically loss and sadness and giving up, but like subtlety and like missing home and like, and grandma's doing that. Grandma's gonna just tell passing by soldiers, about, just a little bit of little old lady demoralizing is what's gonna happen.
Noted. Roll me a plus 30 fellowship, please. Just straight up fellowship on this one, I think.
There we go.
1-4. To get all
Nice.
Vera
You
Lynn.
can't roll bad all the time.
We'll meet again. Like, I'm good at look, here's the thing. I'm pretty miserable looking. I just got blown up in a bomb by the bad guys, and I'm your grandma. And like, I'm just pouring on like, this is like, I am the face of the folly of war right now. I'm your grandma that all this fighting, resisting you're doing is causing me pain and suffering. No, please go on. It's fine. And like, probably I'm not gonna have anyone to take care of me. And this is all because of the war. And and so like, I'm just gonna be like, and I'm gonna make sure that I am visible as this sort of broken grandma as I'm knitting and demoralizing troops. That's what I'm gonna do. And being the communication center for the team.
And from what you can tell, you do a good job of demoralizing the poor troops around here who volunteered to save their city. There's very few things more demoralizing than a scary, scarred granny shouting at them about how people have died and how they'll probably die too. It was just, speaking from experience. So, I think we'll say that a couple of days have gone by. You've gathered this information, you've prepared your disguises, and so on and so forth. Now, essentially, you have your new IDs, which can get you into places. You can go wandering around as an irregular if you like, and the good thing about being an irregular, as you are yourselves oftentimes playing irregulars, is people are very unsure what it means, but the badge looks flashy and it's attached to something scary, so you can probably push your luck in some situations. So you might be able to go and push around a sergeant and question him and get more information than he would usually give, something like that. There's also the possibility using it to infiltrate somewhere where you want information from, or if you want to start kind of disrupting supplies, anything along those lines. The simplest thing, you can like wander into the quartermaster, order them to go and check the supplies, change a 1 to a 0 or change a decimal number, and suddenly like 5,000 grenades are heading away from the supply bins. It's lovely how organizedly disorganized the army is. So have a think about those things, and with a couple of days gone by, I'll say Gunther with an A seems to be still recovering. You can move a little bit better. It's still painful though, it still hurts to move and everything, but you're doing your best to kind of stay on top of it and not let everyone know, just because it's the way. For Gunther, you are disseminating a little bit of nasty little pellets and whatnot into the food, which I will say makes the food taste better, even if it is eventually going to make people feel very, very bad.
Eat up, boys. Eat it up.
Sigric, you've been working on the tunnels and just
Recon. Yeah.
keeping an eye out. Probably also. I'm not sure it's really Sigric's like style or even speciality, but if you'd like to try and slow it down in a few ways, there's probably a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's have a think here. Have a think and have a look at what might work for Sigric.
Probably little things like weakening wheelbarrows so that they break, right? Just little things here that will just slow the whole process of moving things.
Look, when I was a kid, I had to do a lot of manual labor for my dad, okay? A lot. And I deliberately would do a really piss poor job at it, and so my dad would get mad and tell me to stop helping him. Okay? Intentionally, so I go back to playing computer games.
Oh,
okay.
I adore
So
Lyric.
I'm not proud of it, but I understand the malicious non-compliance aspects of slowing down work very well. And that's absolutely what I would be doing. And getting other people to like mess something up ever so often.
Let's also roll a scrutiny with a +10 and a deceive flat. Just see, like, there might be a few opportunities for you to mess with something.
Yeah. Scrutiny, you said deceive is the second one, right?
Yes, please.
Look at this. I'm
Eric,
so good at role-playing games.
So well.
I'm so good at role-playing games.
It's a fix, I tell you, it's a fix. So, yeah, you notice, like, it's small things, like just letting the air out of tires, so someone comes round and they're like, then they have to change the tire or pump it back up, it takes time. You just slow things down. Little things like that, leaving a piece of machinery running so it's kind of like out of battery or, kind of out of fuel and they need to go and get more fuel. Just, it all adds up and you manage to do these things, A, by spotting the opportunity, and B, by just, not going too far and not doing anything flashy or large.
Yeah. That's the dream.
It's the dream.
It's subtle.
In this instance, so we've gone past a couple of days. Before we go to break, is there anything anyone else would like to set up that they're just about to do or start? Essentially, you could consider this the next part of the operation, I would guess. No?
Nope.
Okay.
I think I'm okay.
Well then, we will see how things go when we come back from the break. Oh, glorious Bentham, are you ready to take us away?
Hello, yes, I am ready to take us to the break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Go get a snack, do all the usual break time things, and we'll be back with the next part. How did we get to the middle already? I feel like time
I know, right?
Shenanigans.
See,
That's how we got
momentarily. Hello and welcome back to The Last Stitch, Season 2, Episode 11, Part 2. Let's get straight to it.
Okay, so a few days have gone by. Been quite hectic, busy. Everything seems to be going quite well. At this point, probably on the third or fourth day that you're out working on the tunnels for Sigric and for Gunther. Oh, well, Gunther's not working on tunnels. Gunther's knitting You know what? Gunther, please roll me a survival with a +20. I want to see how this knitting's going.
Well, all right, then. I will do that, dear. And I want you to know that I quite enjoy knitting. I'm very good at it, as a matter of fact.
Yes, apparently you're very good at it. When did that happen?
3.1. Well, look, I've done many sorts of different infiltrations in my life, and every once in a while I've got to be Grandma Jenkins. And I'm just telling you that I've gotten quite good at knitting, and this raspberry beret is going to be excellent.
You're talking to the expert and the mastermind behind Operation Babushka.
This is exactly right. You don't...
We still lament about that, or we still talk about that one over drinks.
And by the way, it's going to be a really amazing raspberry beret. And I do a little specialness with my knitting pattern, so it's got a really great texture. It's going to be a little bit between a beret and a beanie, and it's just for Sigric. I'm just gonna note it. I'm just making a raspberry beret for Sigric.
Every now and then, Gunther or Granny, if I may. You like even when you're just knitting, you do get a twinge as you twist in an awkward position, and you do have to keep mopping off your brow and everything. It's not difficult work, but you're injured, and these things do wear on you.
And I imagine this may sound very strange, but I'm actually hoping to knit 3 berets, one for each of the team members, before we get out of here. And so I'm actually working really hard to get these 3 berets done, and I make each one a little bit different, and each one is going to have each one is special for each one of the team members as I work feverishly on these berets.
And what I will say is during your time, please, both of you, roll me another scrutiny. But can I get so there's a scrutiny +10 for both of you, and then an additional scrutiny for Gunther for something else.
Okay.
Wait, who? Me?
Sorry, Gunther, not Gunther.
Okay.
-1 of my first scrutiny.
Okay. So that's the scrutiny for both of you.
The first one.
Yeah.
And then just a regular scrutiny for the second one?
Yes, just a flat one, please.
3-5 for the flat one.
Wow, okay. I was wondering when you would find this. While you're changing out of while you're heading back and getting back in your essentially medical bed, I guess. It's just a bed, but for the purposes it is a medical bed. As you're getting disrobed and you're putting your regular clothes back on, you bump something that gives you a twinge and a burn when it's and it's inside the pocket of your jacket.
I check to see what it is.
It is a golden cigarette case. It is the one that you have been trying to get off the captain.
That actually once came from a major?
That once came from a major, yes.
I've got a little bit of time, right? I'm gonna write some letters. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna write some letters.
Comes Ken Burns.
Oh, I love that documentary. So, Sigric. Did you roll your scrutiny? Sorry, I've asked you guys.
Oh yeah. I rolled scrutiny and deceive already. Do I have to roll another?
Yes, just another scrutiny with a +10.
Oh,
this is
one.
just
my
for
bad.
later on, yeah.
Oof.
Ooh.
I woofed it.
Okay. You see a little extra activity in the area, but there's it's something you take note of, but it's nothing that you notice. So you can't read anything into it or explain it, but you do take note of it.
Yeah. Do you think am I in a position to talk to good old Grandma Gunthrop right now, or no?
In this position, we're kind of at the end of the day, probably like day 3, day 4.
Oh, cool. So then we're looking over, like, you know, I probably made a little like a mental note or whatever, a little like piece of like back of an envelope kind of thing, being like,
you've got some like troop movement notes.
Yeah, exactly. These troop movements and these trucks, it's not adding up. Something. It looks like they're getting heavier in around the 2 o'clock period, but before that it looked normal. I can't make heads or tails of it. And you know, I tell people whatever I saw, right? Like the increased trucks or whatever, you know, just see if that makes sense to anyone else.
Do we know what they're shipping in? Is it more soldiers?
It's not going to the same place as the tunnels, so it hasn't been an opportunity to look into it.
Oh, have we been infiltrating the offices and like messing with their numbers already? Their supply numbers?
You could have been, yeah. With both yourself and Gunther have been pretty much free time aside from the stuff you've already been doing, you know, like touching up the disguises and poisoning the populace.
You know, like you do.
As you do.
Normal spy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have can we do like a flashback scene or something where like you see us like in the office, like subtly like kind of maneuvering around and like I don't know, receiving faxes and putting things in printers.
Would you like to head out as you have two possible IDs? You have the irregulars and you have the tunnel crew.
Probably the irregulars for the office, right?
We'll have more success that way.
Yeah, it means you can dress plain clothes. You can dress, you know, fairly regular, even if you are a regular.
Regular irregulars.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm ready. Team regular irregulars.
In this case, to help out a little bit, because you would know the lay of the land a fair bit. There are let me just pull up the list of
what are like plain clothes? Like what do people what's normal people wear?
It doesn't, they don't go into it that much in 40k, just in general.
Are we like bedecked in skulls and
it's
like
very it's very like class based in where you live.
Yeah.
Like like Necromunda should give you like big Shadowrun energy. That's like a big city kind of thing.
That's like a huge hive with like billions of people.
Like industrial grimy is never a bad call.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining like black tight vinyl pants with like spike collars and I don't know, lots of harnesses and maybe like a collared shirt.
Whatever. It's also like very 80s, you know, right?
Yeah, okay.
Like the 80s idea of the future, you know, like the warriors, you know, like Escape from LA, you know, like
very warriors
like
vibe.
very much like that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So maybe like some occasional tiny blue, like round glasses, like a bald head or something.
Yeah. So
amazing. I don't know.
I love it.
There's not really much kind of the 40k universe doesn't care about civilians very much, so I don't think there's even really any art or anything of them. They're like, yeah, civilians exist,
what are they?
But
well, they know they have to wear some crocheted clothing because
we're talking about a setting where a lot of the time, if you have a couple of orcs land on the planet and it's like an imperial world, they'll just be like, just blow it up, just like completely destroy the entire planet because it's not worth it. So, you know, that's like a few billion people dead just because, you know, some Inquisitor couldn't be asked to deal with orcs. 40k is a happy place.
Casual genocide, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of that in 40k.
I just picture, every time I think of this, I think of Riddick, the second Riddick movie.
Yes. Yeah, the Chronicles. Yeah, Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah.
I can't not. Necromongers.
Yeah, it's so spot on. Yeah,
Oh,
yes, that's how I picture it too. Yeah, the Necromongers. Yes.
Yeah.
There's
With a little bit of Gideon the
Yeah.
Ninth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
100%. 100%.
Okay, I just look like Gideon. That's my my plain clothes, red hair.
There's a lot of those films and TV shows where I wonder how much inspiration was taken from 40k sometimes.
Well,
Because,
now Gunther is
yeah.
definitely just Vin Diesel in disguise. I'd like to shave my head and grow muscles, please.
Absolutely done.
Great. I look like Vin Diesel.
And that's
You walk out,
that's a great look for an irregular. You got that
Yep.
kind of like.
Yep. I'm also living my best life right now as Vin Diesel.
Yeah, we blend in perfectly.
Perfect.
Everyone looks like this.
If
We don't
you-
look unusual at all.
Yeah.
Cool.
If you'd like to attempt the voice of Vin Diesel, please let me. Please feel free. That would be fun for me. I live my
I don't
life
know if
a
I can-
quarter mile at a time.
If I can get in a low register like that, but I'll
Yeah,
try.
just
He does-
mumble a lot and it'll be fine.
He does play D&D, Vin Diesel, as a gamer.
He
so.
does. All right,
Yeah.
fine. I'll be.
Add me.
Now I'm a pirate. Arr.
Arr.
Should invite him on. Okay. Anyway, we're getting distracted by Vin Diesel.
Sorry.
I love
talking
we
about
go.
40k.
It's good. So we go to the office, I guess. Should we?
Well-
do we have to?
So, as I was saying, there's the barracks, there's the garrison HQ, there's a few supply dumps, a few armories, there's the hospital medical place for injured soldiers.
Or the new home of dysentery. Can I ask a question?
When you home.
That actually is directly relevant to the trucks that Sigrid was looking into.
Yeah.
Okay, so these trucks that he's got information on, they're coming in at irregular times. Is that the vibe I'm getting? And they're coming in more at a time, but we don't know what they're moving or where they're moving them to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, they're not going to the tunnel, so Sigrid hasn't had a chance to see what it is. He's just noted them as they're kind of going past, and it's like, that's a little weird.
There's like new traffic, basically.
Yeah,
to the
new
truck.
new traffic and increased volume of such.
I'm sorry, what did I get with that security roll of mine at 3.5?
You mean scrutiny?
Yeah.
That was your that was you finding the.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah. It's all right. You took a bomb to the face. It's forgetful.
And to like the spleen, it was like
Yeah.
Okay. And that information's been distilled down to us
Yeah.
from Cedric.
Yes, and additionally for looking to disrupt and whatnot, the best place to do it would be somewhere like a quartermaster, which you're not sure where that is. You haven't managed to track
Right.
something like that down.
I'm just wondering if we can't find shipping manifests instead. Like, can we
Quartermaster would be a great place.
get the
for that, yeah.
quartermasters where we get? Yeah, because really, I think we need to know where they're going and why they're shipping something new. And maybe they've changed plans, or like, is the jig up and we don't know it? Like, there's a lot of red flags when Cedric brings that to the table. So I think Gunther would bring that to Ambrose about maybe hitting a quartermaster, trying to get records of who is putting these orders in place, where are they coming to, and what are they bringing in.
Sounds like a great plan. Let's head that way.
So you will have, if you want, there's a few places which you would assume exist, but which you do not know where they are. Essentially, things like the, any type of like operating base, or because you've got the garrison HQ, but that's just the garrison. It's essentially for the volunteers and organizing them and so on and so forth. Also, you haven't found anywhere whereby the what we'll essentially call radio traffic is being put through. So that's something that you could possibly find. Additionally, you don't know where the quartermaster is, where the kind of like the central nervous system for supplies in the area is operating from.
What do we know about the irregulars in terms of like security clearance and that kind of stuff?
Nothing.
Great.
Essentially, you know what you know of irregulars in general, which is they tend to be feared, they tend to be a bit vague, and their authority can be a bit open to interpretation.
I'm gonna totally play that up and like strong arm like the first person I see and be like,
oh, okay,
like, hey, we need to get to the quartermaster immediately. Which direction or something like that.
You might be better served going to someone specific.
Oh.
Someone who might be in the know. Like, because if you strong arm the first like trooper, they may not even know what the Citizen Defense Bureau is.
Really okay. So Gunther looks to Ambrose. Can we see these trucks coming in and out? We just don't know where they're going. But like, did Cedric tell us where we can find them as they're coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Gunther looks to Ambrose, recalling back to their time on the wall together, and Gunther goes, "I've got an idea."
Yeah. I'm listening.
We're really, really good at causing a distraction.
It's true. I mean, we have these ideas now, though, so...
What says we? Just go with me, okay? Can we locate one of these trucks? I'd like to throw myself in front of it accidentally so they hit me and have to stop and speak to us.
Oh my god.
Follow my lead.
I think you do that. Ambrose is just like, oh god.
Okay.
Yeah, I want it to be one of these things like, here I am, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be like, oh my foot! You hit me with the truck!
The vinniest of all diesels right now.
So,
yeah.
that is a possibility. I will say it is worth considering stepping out to stop it and being like, ID, have to search the truck.
Well, but I don't know what our stat. I mean, is that what we do? Dot doesn't know what they do, so I can't. Does that make sense? Like, if they have the authority to be able to stop a truck.
They seem like secret police, right?
Well,
they seem
I was figuring we had some.
Sorry,
to kind of like strong arm people.
Sorry, maybe I should have been a little bit more clear. Yes, they essentially seem a bit like secret police as far as you can tell.
Okay, so this is like the SS.
Yeah, like when they attacked us, but then also when our captain was like, yeah, I can kick down doors and do whatever. And I was like, yeah,
okay. So then Gunther will not throw themselves in front of a moving vehicle.
I mean, it was a good plan if you didn't have
Look, y'all, you know I'm a risky player. Like, I'm willing to risk it. Then Gunther will go, I say we just, stop them.
Yeah, I think so too. Ambrose walks up and knocks on the door or something. It's like, hey.
Oh yeah, you like put your hand out, and then Ambrose kind of walks up. Are you asking them to get out, or are you just asking them to wind down a window or something?
I don't know. What would they do?
They would roll down a window because they don't know who you are currently. So they kind of roll down the window and
I mean, maybe they don't even roll down the window. Like Ambrose puts up the ID on the window. You know,
if the ID goes up against the window, like their eyes go wide and they're like turn off the vehicle and like, essentially try to get out. But I'm assuming you step back so the door can open.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I want to look intimidating.
Do you just want to Vin Diesel muscle? Like right behind the. Okay, I got you.
Do you wanna like give me a bonus to like whatever deceive roll
I'm
about to make?
I wanna bump Ambrose's moment up. I'm just back there like.
Okay, so please roll me a strength, but take a plus 30 just based off the previous rolls on disguises and etc. have gone really well.
Oh, you're talking to Dot, right?
Yes, sorry.
No, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the roll?
A strength roll with a plus 30.
Okay. Well, this is my best suit. Hey!
That's a crit success.
I'm also showing off my tattoos.
What I will essentially so for this system, especially when you get 5 successes and over, that's a very significant success. So essentially, Gunther right now is doing an amazing job of acting like a thuggish muscle backup. To go along with the initial surprise of the ID, you don't you don't actually need to roll like interrogate or intimidate or anything like that going forward. So
cool.
Hey.
It's a crit success, you know, it's, you know.
What is Gunther doing that is so super intimidating?
I'm like,
Are you just
you know,
standing
I got
there?
yeah, just standing there. I've got my arms like this, so my muscles look bigger than they actually are,
Yeah.
and I'm showing up. I'm leaned just to the side, so my very scary tattoo shows.
And like every time you ask a question, in the pause before they answer, there's just a little knuckle crack of like.
Yeah, just like.
Yeah, just like, you know, just to punctuate your inquiries.
What you should all know is it actually is just not trying to be Vin Diesel, so good luck. They're just idiots.
Ambrose looks impressed at Gunther, like gives Gunther like an impressed, like, hey, good job, look. And then turns back to them and is like, we're gonna need your truck.
The person who gets out is a corporal, and says, how can I help you, citizen?
Citizen, yes, that's correct. We're gonna need your truck.
Oh, yes, of course. I will head back to oh God, where did he come from? I'll head back to the central operating base and get another one. You're not taking it away, are you? That it has to be delivered to the wall right there.
Oh, hold up. Before you go, we
yes.
need to know where the garrison is. That's where we're heading, right?
If you're heading back to the central operating base, that's where I'm going to. I could actually just drive you there if you like. I'd be perfectly happy to.
No, I think we got this. Thanks.
Do we
good
look
work
like we need an escort?
But if you don't know where it is, it looks like you might need a driver.
I was trying to see if you knew where it was.
Yes. It's right back where I came from.
Okay.
Great. Good work. Keep it up. Head back to I don't know. Grab some food. Take a few.
Yeah,
take a few. This one's
the
on
soup
us.
today is excellent.
I'm on duty. I'd get in trouble if I took time off.
Well, you're not on duty for the next 10 minutes because you're not driving to and forth, right? So go take a smoke.
Quick.
Of course, citizen. Give my regards to Major Tan, and I'll pick the truck up when I get back there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then just like waddles off and kind of look like almost looks back, but then is like, no, that's a terrible idea, because Lieutenant Gunther is still standing there like just swiveling on the spot without looking like they're moving at all. You know, like moving their feet or anything, just like swiveling.
Well, I think
point of order.
Did it.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is just for Ambrose. That cigarette case that we've been battling over this whole time originally belonged to a Major Tan, a Major Stavros Tan, and you do know that because we had discussed it. And I just want to remind you that the cigarette case, the ILO stick case that we've been fighting over that our captain had, the captain clearly had taken from this this Major Tan. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Sounds good.
Well done piecing all that together, True. You've been keeping an eye on my thingies.
Okay,
so
yeah. I get in the truck.
Yes.
I think you overdid it a little, Gunther.
I thought it worked quite nicely.
I hardly had to say anything.
But that's kind of the point. You know, I'm really feeling these fake muscles. I look good.
You do look good.
Oh, no, thank you.
You should put them on more often.
Yes. Almost like Cedric's real muscles.
Whoa, we're not talking about Cedric. And Ambrose
and immediately like starts up the truck and like guns it.
We get loud.
If there was such a thing as like radio, you turn on the radio and be like.
Every time you keep trying to open up, you just like rev the engine of the idle of the truck. Yeah. I can't hear you. I can't.
Shifting gears loudly.
So the corporal pointed you in the right direction, and essentially you just have to head down that road for a little bit, and then come up. There's two what look like sergeants on guard, kind of standing guard in front of this very not really intimidating, but very official looking building. And there's a few kind of like trucks and etc. parked outside.
Are the trucks empty? Like, were we able to look in the back? Is the truck empty?
Would you like to look in the back?
Yeah, I think like right before we got in the cab and all
that
of
makes
that, like I
sense,
would have
yeah.
checked it. What's in the back? Because the last thing we need is to be transporting more soldiers or something, and we don't know it. Or...
No, that would you're like, oh, I love my muscles.
Yeah,
look in
we
the
should
back,
know
and
what's in
there's like 20
the
people
boot
like
of the
looking
car,
like,
right? Yeah, we should know what's in the trunk. So I
That would be an amazing failure. Failure consequence. 20 soldiers.
The best way I can describe it is explosives. There are lots and lots
Our favorite
of
thing.
and then they're not like rockets and grenades and etc. They're essentially like plastiques. Which I know there's a name for it in 40k, but I can't remember it off the top of my head.
That's disturbing. And they're bringing it to the wall.
Yes.
That is also
Weird.
Essentially, the tunnel was being dug down and slightly to the side of the tunnel. Your guys are digging this way. The trucks, from what Sigrid told you, were going a little bit past that, basically to where the wall is. You could estimate above the tunnel where it's being dug.
Yeah. That for whatever reason they're trying. Okay.
Depth
so
packs is what they're called.
Right. Okay. So again, Gunther goes. You know, there's a hot mess of plastiques behind us.
Yeah.
Question is, are they gathering them to blow open the hole? And if not, why would they be taking them to the wall?
Could I get
They're not anymore.
from Ambrose and Gunther? Could I get a tech use plus 10 or a survival -10?
Oh, interesting. Okay, well,
I got
I'm gonna brave up.
1.9.
I'm gonna brave up. And
You
do it
got
this way.
1.9.
I got 1 degree.
And
of
you
success.
got 1 degree,
Yeah.
0.1 degree of success, which is still a success. So Ambrose and Gunther, you get them in slightly different ways because the tech use is obviously explosives and knowledge of explosives. The survival is more the knowledge of tunnels, etc.
Gotcha,
Essentially, you both come to the conclusion that they're probably going to sacrifice a part of the city to collapse the tunnel.
That was okay. That was Dot's gut instinct is that
Yeah.
they're about to make a massive sacrifice. What say your original plan goes kaput or kaboom technically, and you are concerned still about the enemy burrowing from beneath? What say that the general civilian population doesn't matter very much?
Well, you want to stash this truck somewhere as a backup and just walk the rest of the way to the garrison?
I think that is a swell plan.
Can
we do that?
Yes, you can absolutely do that. I will give you additional piece of context, I guess, in this instance. Your primary mission is to stop any attempt to disrupt the tunneling from your side. So disruption, seeing as you're already on mission, is valid. It depends on your priorities or like how you prioritize the mission, as to how you the information that Sigrid gave you leads you to believe they're still like moving in explosives even now, so they're obviously not ready yet.
Yes, but my guess is that they're going to explode another part of the city, sacrifice anything and everything that's there to collapse the other. They're basically going to do what we just did to them back.
Yes. But they're going to sacrifice their own.
They're going to sacrifice their
and-
own men
yeah.
and the civilians to do it.
Which may encompass the tunnel as well, just FYI.
Right, exactly. Yeah, okay.
I have a quick question, just map-wise.
Yes.
This garrison that they're driving to, is it outside of the walls of the city, or is it still inside the city?
It's inside, away from the walls.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have been more clear about the directions and everything. Essentially, I'll shift ping it for you on the. So it is essentially here.
Oh,
Just,
quite a ways away from the wall, like
yeah.
much deeper into the city.
Yeah.
Right, because this was the hole?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And
Yeah.
if they're moving things back here, it makes me think that either they have found.
Well, that's where the explosives are coming from.
That's where the
Where they're
supply
coming
depot
from.
is.
Where are they going?
They're going to around about here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And we know that this exit and this southern exit are the two that were bricked up.
Yes.
Do you want to shift our mission? What move do you want to do?
It's you're both the essentially agents on the scene, so it's down to you to decide.
I think stashing the truck is a brilliant plan because we're gonna need that here real soon. So and we technically weren't supposed to show up with a truck. We can show up to this. What we needed was the location which we got. So Gunther would say, yes, I think we should stash this here vehicle with all the explosives and take a walk into their area and see what they're up to.
Yeah, let's do it. So we guess we stash it somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't know. Put
enough.
it in a behind some barrels and with a tarp over it or something, and head on foot down to the main garrison and in our normal civilian garb.
Yes, you're greeted, well, not greeted, you're stopped, essentially, by two sergeants on the front door, as described before, who say, "Halt, citizen! No one is allowed in here."
Oh, I think you're mistaken. And continues to walk in.
Oh, we are under strict orders to let no one in who is not authorized. If I could see your authorization, I would flush.
Well, we're not no one. I flash a badge.
Yeah. Ambrose keeps
Raspy
walking
voice
and
is
just
so
holds
good.
it up.
Ah, my apologies, citizen, but I have to do my job. Please, do go in. And, salutes you. Actually, no, probably wouldn't even salute you,
I was
because
about to say, 'cause
that
then
would
you
give it
give up
away.
our- yeah.
Yeah. So, probably there's, an arm motion, they're going to salute somehow, and then rethinks it and just kind of, just nods.
Carry on. No, I let Ambrose go in first, and I growl at them a little bit.
Cool. So we head to try and find this.
What are they?
I don't know where the
doing?
paperwork is. Where does it look like the paperwork is?
They've told us that this is a super official place. That they're moving all these explosives here. If they're moving them in by the truckloads, there's got to be a lot of them. Can we get eyes on
so
them?
I guess we get a garage. We were either looking for a garage because the manifesto might be on the trucks themselves, or we're looking for filing cabinets or some kind of desk area.
As you walk in, there is what appears to be a staff sergeant on the desk, essentially, in this kind of. It seems to be a repurposed, quite nice house. Someone fairly rich and well-to-do probably lived in here at one point. And the staff sergeant looks up. I'll just say, have a think about how you want to approach this. Just because, remember who you're pretending to be, as opposed to who you are, I guess. And looks up and says, "Oh, who let you in here? Guards?" Because you still dressed up as regular citizens.
Right. Badge. Slap on table.
Never mind. Sorry, citizens. How can I help you?
We're just doing a routine check up on some supply scheduling. So
And the security of this place.
Well, security is top notch. There's nothing to worry about. But of course, you should check as much as. Would you like me to call the major down, or is this something you want to do?
Does the major need to be called down?
Well, that's something you would know.
you're on a need-to-know basis.
I just work here.
That's right, and you need to know this, but nobody else does. So keep your mouth shut if you want to keep your job.
Security and all of that.
No, of course. Mum's the word.
Right. So where are those manifestos?
Oh, of course. Right here, citizen. They're all in tip-top condition. I see to them myself. I'm quite good organizer.
Ambrose snatches it and like kind of walks around
We'll
the
make
room,
that
like behind him, like intimidating you, kind of flipping papers and
I
looking
sit
through
in
it.
his chair.
You sit in his chair?
Yeah, if he gets up to like grab manifest and stuff, I
power
have a
move.
seat. I put my feet on his desk.
Okay.
You sit improperly in the chair. Clearly Vin bisexual.
Yeah, so Vin, yes.
Establishing
He
dominance.
he spins around his like. There's a second of pause, which is like, that's my chair, and then kind of wanders over and you go through the manifests. They are indeed very organized. They give you a decent picture because incidentally, this guy is the quartermaster. They give you a very decent overview of supplies, the lifeblood running through this area of the city. Essentially, there have been multiple requests for medical supplies which have been denied, and more explosive and ammunition and guns sent than has been requested. Same with the rations, especially for civilians, has been very underrepresented, essentially. So they're being sent lots of guns, lots of ammunition. Even you've all been in situations where you've fought kind of holdout situations or invasion situations, etc. This feels to you like a sacrifice, where it's like, if they get in, we'll give them enough to fight, but not enough to survive, because they're not going to survive anyway. It's like
Interesting. So it's very clear based on this manifest that they are planning to sacrifice a large amount of soldiers, and they're not bringing in this, and we can assume that based on the fact that they're not really supplying them the necessary things.
They're supplying them enough to fight and die, but not enough to
Yep.
not enough to eat or like save the wounded, etc.
Yeah, they're getting a lump sum of supplies rather than a recurring
Inventory quantity. Yeah. I don't have a name. Officer Diesel looks over to Ambrose and just kind of makes the eyes of like, this is not good. Knowing what we know now.
Just sidebar for you. You don't really need ranks in the irregulars. So just like citizen or anything like that.
Great, Citizen Diesel. It sounds like a movie in the making. I like give you that look, and I bring my big heavy feet down on the floor off of his desk, and I look to this quartermaster, and I go, I guess that's all.
Thank you very much, citizen.
Anything else that you feel we should know?
Nothing to report that I can think of. If I think of anything, of course, as I always do, I will report it to the Citizen Protection Bureau, which of course it doesn't exist.
How can I mess with this manifest? Like, what can I do to mess with it? That, like, to our advantage.
You could send the ammunition or weapons like back, or like, you know. Essentially, you could. It's possible that he'll look through it and correct it, or notice it. But
So
Unless
I'm
you're
gonna.
killing.
What if we? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, I got it. I'm gonna like put a hand on the desk and like lean forward, and be like, I think you got a few lines wrong here, actually. This one right here, this number is gonna need to be higher, and this is far too low for what we're planning.
These were ordered by the major. I just need to see who the major is.
You read my mind. You did exactly. I was like, just tell me
Tan.
the numbers are wrong.
Savros Tan.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the first name. I wasn't sure if it was he or she. The major himself. Necessary weapons and ammunition to.
Yes. Tan, I know. Why do you think we're here?
Well, you said it was to look at the manifests.
Well, maybe it's for some other reason.
Oh, of course. So moving these supplies will, of course. Okay. Very well. I will see that these things are moved appropriately. Is there a time frame on this?
Yes, as soon as possible.
Immediately. Of course.
Yesterday.
Yesterday it is. Thank you, citizen.
Actually, dated yesterday too.
Dated yesterday.
So
He's a quartermaster, and he's actually an honest one. So you see his soul die a little bit as you tell him to fudge his paperwork.
Yeah.
Now,
what are you gonna say when people ask about us?
Who?
I get out of his chair when he says that because it's the right answer.
Good job. Correct. Ambrose tosses him 2 cigarettes or something.
Oh, much obliged, citizen, and I look forward to seeing the fruits of whatever it is that hasn't happened to her.
So do we.
It will be fruitful.
He's kind of mumbling to himself as he's putting
as you were. Yeah.
He puts the paperwork aside and then covers it up like it's shameful because he's had to date it yesterday and
doctored. Yeah.
Doctored it. And I Van Damme the door open and walk out with, to maintain the.
Did you Van Damme the door or did you Van Diesel the door?
Well, I come through as Vin Diesel, but I definitely Van Damme it with my foot.
Do you do
I'm all
a
Vans
split?
Today. Yes, I come through in full split mode. I look to if Lieutenant Ambrose and I get even one moment alone, of course the gruffness drops. And Gunther will simply say, "This is not looking good for us."
Not looking forward to staying in this city to the point where it's exploding.
No, I say we evacuate long before explosions begin.
At least now we know what's going on. Let's head back.
I want to... The numbers that we changed. Can we change the number? I want to increase something that is not at all helpful. We increase something that is not actually helpful to their cause at all, and decrease maybe the amount of explosives. Thoughts on that, Kira? What we increased and decreased?
Oh yeah, I think isn't that what Sheepdog said? I think with the explosives we were changing.
I assumed that what you were reappropriating essentially was you were taking the explosives and moving them somewhere else so that they lost their supply of explosives.
They lost the supply of explosives, and then
If you would also like to include 30,000 blankets or something that is just delivered to them.
Yes. Something. Basically, the number that should have been the explosives becomes the number for a really obsolete thing salt, right? And then they get, and then all of the explosives get rerouted to the wrong place or something.
Yeah. Okay. You're not sure the status of the site where they plan to set and explode the explosives.
Yet.
Yeah.
But I imagine that would have been in the manifest where it was being sent to, so they probably would have that location.
So you would know where it is.
Okay.
Essentially, and also what you do see is that they're coming from a few different places, which is the locations you have already of the
So they're collating them from different areas to bring them to one place.
Yeah, kind of around the area here. Yeah.
Because this is a big city, right?
Well, it's not just a big city. It's also about 20 cities all melded into one.
So
it's
they're bringing all
corn.
They're collecting all the explosives in one location. Is that what we can assume, that they're bringing them from inside or outside the wall?
Inside the wall, definitely, yes.
Okay.
But not quite all around the huge urban area, but around this urban.
Around this side of the urban area. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Okay.
Cool.
I think we'll definitely go back.
Cool.
Do you want to head back to talk with the other two who probably are getting off their shift?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially before we go see this with our own eyes. I think the actual physical side of what they're doing. I think we should gather the team.
So I imagine as you are heading back to the house, you turn a corner and you see Sigric in his disguise wheeling Granny in Gunther's disguise as Granny. Just mumbling about how kids aren't how they used to be, and standards have dropped, and hitting things randomly with a walking stick. And they head into the house.
Ambrose sidles up next to Sigric and says, "Hey, what are you doing for dinner later?"
Oh, and I just blabber and I don't have an answer.
Great. How about we have dinner later?
Dinner? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool. Great.
cool.
I'll see you right 8:00.
Oh yeah, 8:00 would be perfect. Yeah, that's when I have dinner. Yeah, that.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Great. I'll see you then. And heads inside.
Okay.
Yeah. I look at
poke Sigric with my walking stick.
Yeah, I look at-
I was gonna say I'm standing there in silence as Vin Diesel and just go. You should wear a short sleeve shirt.
Flex.
Okay. Yeah.
Like shake my cane at you.
I just have a stunned look on my face, right? Just an absolute flabbergasted expression.
I imagine the other two aside you and then walk in themselves, and you're still standing there just for a moment before your body starts working again, and you walk inside.
Where does one go to dinner in the middle of a war zone?
I've got it. I've got an idea. Don't you worry.
Can't
Don't
cook
you?
for them.
No, but we've got an entire upstairs. I'm going to go and make the upstairs the most romantic spot. I'm going to go and turn one of the upstairs rooms into the dance under the sea. It's going to be
also because Ambrose came in first, Ambrose, you'd find the note left for you by the captain, which essentially says tomorrow.
It says what, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Do we get our debriefing from our pals?
Yeah.
Yes, we could essentially. You were here for it in spirit, so
yes.
Yeah.
And I go.
You can transfer that information without needing to.
Shblah.
Well, I have an idea. Oh, sorry, I'm still Grady Jenkins. I get stuck sometimes.
I slap him.
Oh, well,
To knock
wait a
him out of
minute.
it. Just
I
a
feel
little,
like
little,
that's
slow love tap to whack him out of it.
Now
Still-
I've got two.
Still recovering, kind of sends splinters.
I don't hit the burn side. I hit.
Oh yeah, I know, but still.
Yeah, but I'm still
recovering.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm feeling quite.
It's not I'm in massive pain. It's just kind of
Yeah, I'm all
I love
hot.
tap.
I'm all hot and sweaty. And I say, I have an idea. Just me thinking. And I sort of I get I kind of wipe my head down. I'm sweating a little bit. An idea. You said that they were taking supplies away, the sort of long-term supplies away from the soldiers here, population. Is that right? Well, here's what I think.
Taking them away is a bit of a overstatement. They're just not coming in. They don't expect these soldiers to live long enough to have to keep feeding them.
Yes, that works perfectly. Could I get a glass of water? Tea, brandy. Water with brandy. Tea with water with tea and also brandy.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'll get the tea.
Thank you.
I have the brandy. I slide that immediately.
Technically speaking, tea is boiled water with some extra stuff in it. So
Yes, so it's basically the same.
yeah.
Look, I had an idea. We don't all have to do it, but I imagine we'll be doing some sort of running, jumping shenanigans, and I'm not feeling particularly running, jumping. But I am good at, well, distraction, misdirection. I imagine people in this area wouldn't feel so good to learn that, well, the powers that be are intending to, well, chuck them over the wall, metaphorically. I imagine
think they would.
No, I don't think they would. Imagine the civilians wouldn't like it, and I imagine, well, the soldiers wouldn't like it either. I could imagine a little bit of, well, discord perhaps they might not want to be here or do their job. These people have terrible, terrible discipline. I don't think it would take too much to, well, get a bit of a mutiny.
Let's start a rumor.
Gunther.
Yeah, I look right at Ambrose. Just once again on the same page, and Gunther says the same thing. A little
Sorry.
propaganda never hurt anyone.
While you turn to talk to each other, Gunther A. Please roll me a toughness -10.
I will.
I like this Gunther Ambrose.
Just like always thinking the same thing.
A 1-1.
saying wait.
1.1.
Who are the real twins here?
Yeah, right. We're together a long time.
Your vision blurs very, very slightly, but you manage to basically pass it off.
What say an old grandma goes running mucks the streets, spreading a little rumor here or a little rumor there. Are you quite well?
Yes, I'm quite well.
Don't lie.
I would never.
We shared a womb.
Would you like to roll for this?
Yes.
That would be a deceive, flat, and a scrutiny.
I'm not lying. I'm feeling totally fine.
It's true.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, can I roll something else, but I'll start here. There, not as bad. Oh.
That is one off a crit failure. So, Gunther has been trying to hold it quite well. There's something off.
No.
Look, here's what I'm thinking. Little old ladies are quite convincing, especially tough as nails little old ladies. I figure a bit of rumor mongering. I'm thinking I could be like a bit of a, like that, the old woman who rallies the troops to go and overthrow their masters. You know, that sort of a thing. And I imagine
very quickly
quite well.
While you're going, Gunther, I'm assuming you're looking at your twin with significant scrutiny now.
Yes.
Please roll me a Medicaid.
I was about to say,
10.
and I'm also now okay, 3.2. I want to know what's really wrong.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've just been blown up.
Got internal bleeding or
like swaying very slightly, sweating, out of sorts, very weak.
Even
yeah, it's not looking so great, is it? Okay.
You need to actually inspect them to find out what's wrong. But you have the beginnings of a thought of what it might be.
Which is what? What is the
infection?
Beginning of the... Son of a bitch. Okay, I rip my muscles off because I'm out of this now. So like I start. This is when things get serious.
That was fun. Right? This is serious. Yeah.
Yeah, this is now serious, right? And so Gunther kind of rips them off. I would think Cedric and Ambrose know like when Gunther gets serious versus when Gunther's just 98% of the other times.
Yeah.
And I go over to Gunther and just kind of boop a chair to the back of their knees and force them to sit down.
Oh.
And they're not already.
You know, I'm already sitting. I've not been. I am mostly like, you know, little old ladying it is what I've been doing. You know.
Okay, well, I start to like, I take your wig off. You're not the old lady now.
What are you doing?
I'm your doctor.
No, I'm fine.
No, you're not. Your eyes are dilated, you're sweating like a pig, and more importantly, I'm pretty sure you're in enough pain that you could probably vomit on us right now, but you're not gonna let that happen, so. No.
Don't we have a mission to accomplish? We have only 24 hours.
We do, but what good are you to us if you are dying of infection?
Well, you know, it makes my cover story better.
Would you like to carry on that Medicaid roll, or would you like to try
I just want to
for higher
while
heights?
he's sitting here, he can grandma all he wants, he can complain all he wants, but I am doctoring him.
Okay. You reveal some really nasty discoloration. Essentially, when you fixed Gunther up, you did a good job, but there's only so much you can do with what you've got.
Right, with what I've got here.
And they took a really nasty hit, and so it's essentially Gunther shouldn't even be operational. Like they should be in a hospital like a couple of days ago, pretty much.
I imagine that Gunther looks to Ambrose and Cedric, and you see that look.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm like behind Gunther, like doing the thing, and maybe on my knees, like looking at the side or the places of possible infection, and I look over to the two of them and give them that eye of like,
this is no good.
Yeah.
And I just was trying to make sure that you couldn't actually touch my skin because I didn't want you to know how hot it was, and it's just like, but like I just am not particularly mobile.
Well, if you really try to fight Gunther off, I'm obviously
it's weak. It's not a good fighting. It's just like a, you know what I mean? Like there's
okay.
yeah. Because they do not have a lot of physical strength at this point in time.
Just to give you the information you would have and you will need to know, you do not have the necessary meds to combat this.
Yeah.
It
is
is
like real antibiotics and
as soon
bed
as
rest and
possible.
probably like
Yesterday would be good.
Yeah. Okay.
So there you go.
Antibiotic mission.
Well, since I never lied to any of you, I'm going to be honest. Gunther, you're dying.
I know.
Yes, well, you didn't tell any of us.
Well, there's no point in it, was there?
Yes, there is.
We didn't have antibiotics.
Well, that doesn't mean we can't get them. I think it's time for us to evacuate the city. Thoughts?
I think we have to finish our mission.
Yes, not pre, but post.
So tomorrow, after the job? Do we have that much time?
During.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Are we just gonna go right past the part about you are dying?
Oh, pish posh. Just a bit lightheaded is all.
No, you literally have bacteria eating away at your gut.
Well, good thing I've been drinking brandy.
Gotta be very drunk by now.
Kills gut infection.
It does not, in fact. It eats your liver. That's about all it is good for. Well, in cleaning engines.
Can we get any tonight? What does he need?
I could attempt a quick run. We do know where the medic tent
Listen,
is. Maybe
that's
I
not
could find
safe.
Shh.
It's not
Maybe we could find something quick. But I say, when all hell breaks loose tomorrow, we find a way out of here. All we need to do is hop another truck or a med evac out.
Sure.
You need real medical care, and as good of a medic as I am, I don't have the tools I need here.
I've written you all some letters that you should just take with you and open them up later.
Wow. Slow down, Gunther. You're not dying.
No, they go with the berets. I've made you all berets. I knitted them.
Why didn't you make yourself a beret?
Well, I don't need one, do I?
Nonsense.
Well, yeah, you
No.
do.
Change
But
it.
everybody doesn't know is you're bald.
First off, no one needs to know that I'm bald. I have a wig all the time.
Cedric, you seem...
So, I'm thinking through things. Perhaps we could take a. And what do you call like a VTOL Medicae helicopter? What do you call that?
Generally, the Medicaid, when they need to evacuate people from battlefield, etc., they use a
Valkyrie? Like what's
Valkyrie, Valkyrie transport, yeah.
Right. So,
The
okay,
way-
so perhaps we get a Medicae Valkyrie, and perhaps we get back behind the lines, and there'll be enough time. Okay, but I'm just like I'm in the bargaining phase right now. So
Yeah,
okay.
you start like laying things on the table. I'm like listening as Cedric talks through it. Okay. Mission first says we need to sort out the explosion that they're planning on the tunnel. If they're going to break through ground tomorrow, they have enough explosives to take out a whole chunk of this city. It'll kill all of our soldiers and collapse the tunnel at this rate, which is probably what they want.
But I imagine the soldiers won't like that. I just feel like it's time for a good old insurrection. That's what I feel like.
I think we have a chance instead to reroute these explosives. What if we put them on the wall instead? Break through the opposite side of things. Free the wall, panic ensues, they burrow up like the little badgers that they are, and when they get out to the other side, we find a way out of this hellhole.
Sigrid
We could
and
do that.
Ambrose. I remember, right? You had some sort of conflict, a fight with the those fellows. One of the supervisors of the tunnel. Yes.
yeah, what are you getting at?
Well, I imagine, is those two. They felt like they murdered their friend. I imagine they're sort of malcontents. I'm just thinking about the people we could. Oh, and Ronnie would be good. I mentioned there's just quite a few people we could let know that their leadership has abandoned them. and we blow up one side of the wall, we make sure that this entire section of civilians and soldiers are just not going to follow orders anymore. That's not...
I will help very slightly.
You're muted.
Sorry, Dot.
Sorry, I'm just talking away. Yes, but we have to assure that they actually do that. We can't just lie about an insurrection. It has to be a proper one. And we only have 24 hours to get you out.
But we have the evidence that that they're banning these people. We let them know.
I will also say a lot of the volunteers volunteered, and they are fighting against like an invader type thing. But when their own bosses don't care about them anymore, it's a little bit different, isn't it?
But we can't
absolutely.
prove that.
Yeah,
we can't
that's
prove that on a big enough scale to actually make it viable. A full insurrection would take time, weeks. We know that. We've done it before. Remember, Operation Underground Mole? Well, we know how that turned out.
Well, that's fair. But I've been seeding rumors since we first got here. And I feel like the civilians who are not fighting might be a little bit more willing.
Yes, but all the civilians are going to do is leave. We can let them know to try to get them out for safety reasons if we care that much. But they're not going to stand and fight. And the soldiers don't care about them either.
Well, either way, we do have these IDs from the people in the tunnel, and both of those do require going to the tunnel. We could try to spread rumors and see what it does, even if it's not enough time for a traditional insurrection.
It might
be
something
move
to
around the
leave
explosives.
behind. Yes, with the dysentery, long term.
We could even place explosives to encourage the rumors to sound more true. Maybe an explosive goes off by accident in the wrong place.
Yes.
So,
Indeed.
just for going ahead, it is late, and it is around about time you will be sleeping for the night. We haven't talked about it yet, but if you want to stay up and do lots of things, because I feel like there's at least one of you who doesn't want to sleep and would want to be active and doing things, you can, but you'll take fatigue. Yep. When you take fatigue, you get -10 to all of your rolls.
Fun.
So that makes it a lot more difficult. So
yep.
I wanted to give that context there for what you decide to do and how you proceed forward.
So
Gunther
GM
does have some adrenaline.
Yeah. So GM, from the very first moment I started seeding rumors that their leadership was selling them out, one of the first things I did on the wall, we have evidence of these trucks going on. I know that people have seen them. And I have also, I've just been doing like some psyops from hour one. Might there be a way while they're doing some other wall moments, might there be a way to really disrupt because these people are not well trained. These are volunteers, but they're not well trained.
They're not well trained. However, they have been under close to a year of propaganda.
Yeah.
What I'll say is you've seen the effects of demoralizing, so they're probably more likely to run. They're probably less likely to stand and fight.
Yeah.
Turning traitors is a whole different kettle of fish.
But running is still good.
Running is still good. One thing I can give you is your idea with the two who killed their mate isn't a terrible idea, but you could maybe approach it in a slightly different way from like getting them to insurrect. And you know, like if you choose to go in that direction, like blackmail is a thing.
Mm-hmm. So, chums, I sort of lean back in the chair, and I get the water, which is tea with brandy. I say,
sorry, I just had a thought. Gunther is the explosive expert. If you were to have a distraction, say an explosion somewhere else, you could disable the explosives that are bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Which would, if you take off
what was that? So if we do I didn't understand that.
So you have through a confluence of events, some explosives, which you know where they are. If there was to be an explosive maybe further down the wall somewhere, away from the tunnel, it would distract people enough to infiltrate Gunther, who can I can't think of the word now. Please help.
Deactivate.
Diffuse all of the explosives at the site so that they won't explode when they're set off.
Yeah.
Which would give the tunnel teams enough time to
get through.
Yeah.
That's another option.
I could do it. I could diffuse those explosives. I know I could.
Don't doubt your abilities.
Do we want to take a moment here just to...
Yeah,
because I know this is a
there's
difficult...
no way that Gunther is going to allow Gunther to go in as the once again the literal last person for the explosion. That's never going to happen over my dead body. Yeah,
Gunther, being very strong and agile, is totally gonna be able to do that to like stop you from stopping them. Like Gunther clearly can't. If like you were going to physically stop Gunther, you would be able to, because Gunther has got like 1 hit point and is not in a great space. But it's like but I could do it.
Just to give perspective and etc. Or context maybe. This may roll down to loyalty and to what's the most important thing.
I mean, so let me think this out loud, because we've stopped the thought process a few times, and I need to finish thinking this out loud. So we already talked about you're going to have to be there regardless, because the goal is to get you out. So we're not leaving you behind. But you also can't, in your current state, actually do the job you want to do.
I think I could. I think because I don't have a penalty on the rolls. I can do it. I just can't run. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like...
But that's going to be part of getting, I feel like we're going to need to do that in the midst of all of this. Like, what we need to do is get you set up to get out, and we need to be doing, as the agile people that don't have, say, gut rot, which is why we can still let the explosions go off. We don't have to disarm them. We just need them to be in the wrong place to go off. Right? That's another thing. Is if we want to talk about the mission is to save our tunnel, not their civilians, not their soldiers.
But their tunnel is going to collapse our tunnel. Their
tunnel's already collapsed.
But their explosion's going to attack
our... That's why we need to move. We got to get their explosives moved. In 24 hours, we could do that, I feel like. Get them in the wrong places, not in the right place.
I can help with this a little bit. And Sigric, this will be information that Sigric has been observing it. There were multiple days of moving explosives in.
They've got a lot of explosives already set.
Essentially, there's a possibility, but even if you do manage it, you'd probably have to trick a lot of other troops into moving the explosives away, explain it to the higher ups, and
new question.
Okay.
Yeah, new question. The people digging the tunnel, how much contact do we have with them?
Sigric's had some.
No, not their side, our side.
Sorry. None. The captain has a contact on the outside of the wall. He leaves messages for
But I imagine it's not fast communication.
No, the only way you'd need to be able to do that is if you had access to the enemy Vox, and basically I'm gonna use the word hack, but that's not correct. If you hacked in, which would also be Gunther. Well, your best shot would be Gunther. And you'd also need to find out where it is, which you haven't managed to do yet.
This is I'm trying to figure out how fast communication is, because the other option could just be what if we let them think they're gonna collapse our tunnel and they come in through the walls instead? But we don't have time to plan for something like that. Right, which is a misdirection. Let them keep thinking they're doing all the right thing, and then they're not. Well, here's the deal. Gunther will tell you that we're gonna have to do what we have to do, but I am not behind the plan of allowing Gunther to be involved with explosives in any way.
But I'm the best at it.
I don't care.
You can tell me what to do. Tell me over radio. tell me which wires to cut.
The red wire. No, not the red wire. The blue wire.
Just for your information, that is viable.
Yep.
But you would be using it would be a -10 to Gunther's tech rolls.
Yep.
You wouldn't have to roll yourself, but just the difficulty of explaining and etc. would give a minus.
You're just setting us up for the drama of choosing, like,
you
know, what danger we want to put ourselves in, right? So the danger is like
the options there. You could just try and exfiltrate tonight, get Gunther to some form of medical aid, and you could stealth out. The problem is I think we all know that's not the Cavalcade way.
So I would love to take this minute to say to Gunther, Dot, and be like, Gunther, we're going to get a Medicae Valkyrie out of here, and we know that Gunther is the best demolition expert we have. You're letting your emotions cloud the judgment of the mission.
This may be true, but what difference does it make to have the Medicaid evacuation if Gunther doesn't make it out the other side?
But he will. This is the best chance. It's the best chance for success and the best chance for survival. We know that. Isn't that right, Ambrose?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Well, when push comes to shove, none of you have the pawn.
Sorry?
I said when a push comes to shove, none of you have the pawn.
Oh, come on. Does that
Are you really going to?
I am. Gunther did. Didn't you, Gunther? When you decided to stay behind and light the last explosive. So guess what? It's my turn.
That doesn't make any sense, Gunther.
It's exactly what the pawn is for.
It's true.
Look, I think Sigurd is right. I think we should trust Gunther and what they know, and you should trust them too.
If it was Cedric's life, you'd say something different. And Gunther leaves, taking the bottle with him.
Gunther.
No, I've said my piece.
May I say one thing to you? Please. Gunther, we're very close. We've always switched spots, you and I. Sometimes it was you helping me out because I was going to fail that exam, and so you just were me for that exam. You were always smarter than I was. That way. Sometimes it was, I don't know, we always just swapped about quite a lot. And
which is how you got in this situation to begin with.
Sometimes I don't know where you end and I begin. It's always sort of funny. Sometimes I think I am you. No one else can tell us apart, and sometimes I can't tell us apart. I understand how you feel, because I feel the same. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. I don't know if I could live with myself. But I feel that we're almost the same person, and if something happened to me, I know that I would live on in you. I'd take better care of myself, my liver, I'd say.
Says the man dying of gut rot and doesn't care.
I do care.
Really? Because we're not the same person. If anything over these years have proven anything, we are two identical people, but not one person. And I can't be the best version of who I am without you around.
Well.
So, you can take your letter and shove it. We are all leaving this place. And if anybody has to stay behind, it is me. And I pull back like the sleeve of my shirt to show that I have sewn the pawn into my skin.
It is stitched in there.
Under my arm.
Yeah.
Well, so until you can
cheating,
rip it,
isn't it?
No, it's actually not.
It really
Last
is.
time I checked, the rules of the game are that I have to give the pawn up. And I've chosen not to.
All right.
You made that very clear when I tried to take it back from you. Earlier, when it should rightly have been mine, and instead it wasn't. So, the two of you, enjoy your dinner together tonight. I suggest that you get some rest, since it seems you want to be on the front lines still.
All right, well. there's an extra room. I decorated it for you both. It's for dinner.
Okay. What?
Dinner. I decorated the room so it looks a bit romantic.
Would the twins, before the drama and seriousness, like to have kind of whipped up a decent meal for them?
Oh, I mean, if you,
Yes.
I guess I can cook. I'm really good at ruining your food, but I can.
I just
you're already good at ruining food that's already ruined.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
pretty
So
much what you've
maybe
been
I'm
doing.
also good at cooking it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Please roll me I'll give you a +20 on this one. You've had time to prepare, etc. Survival.
Okay.
See how
there's no poop in this one. There's no poop in this one.
There is no poop in this one. I can
Promised
guarantee.
anti.
I don't know if Ambrose and I have an appetite after you all.
I know. After all that.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know
one of the things about the cavalcadre, they tend to be fairly robust. You are also individuals, of course, but you've been through a lot of losses of comrades, and
I certainly hope you're going to go and have that dinner. Disappoint me greatly. Upset my stomach.
+20 survival for the cooking.
I made the biscuits from scratch.
They're guilting us, Sigurd.
We are.
I know.
We are indeed.
I would much.
Somebody should have a good
I wish I was a better player because I would love to rhetorically jujitsu you two to have this meal together, Gunthers.
Just to paint the scene, you are being currently confronted by a crazy Gunther with a pawn stitched into their arm, and then a sweating, slightly swaying, eyes kind of crossed Gunther, who they're both assailing you with guilt. So
we need to see y'all have dinner as bad as we need our own dinner.
Doug, what was your role? I didn't see it.
Survival +20.
Oh. Sorry, I missed that. A 5.
My lord.
They are damn good biscuits.
Yeah, this is some gourmet shit right here.
Gosh.
This is perfectly golden crusts and drippings and all that lovely stuff.
Made with love.
This is the best meal probably any one of us would ever have had for the last months and months.
Yeah. This is the saved up stuff that for a special day. And it's even covered with the silver coverings that steams when it's opened.
That thing is called a cloche.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I made it look romantic. I made the room look romantic. I kind of, as best as I could, cleaned it up a little bit for you.
So Ambrose grabs Sigurd's arm, if that's okay, and and drags him into the room, and says, I'm not super hungry. Do you think we should eat this, or this is super weird now?
It shouldn't have been like this. But I think the Gunthers would be more upset if we didn't at least try to eat it. But I don't know. This wasn't supposed to be like this. And I'm gonna try to take a bite, and I'm gonna say, and this is what happens when you let emotions get in the way of a mission.
Yeah, it is.
Can I ask both of you, for the privacy of your own characters' heads?
Yeah.
Where do you come down on Gunthur's decision to prioritize their twin as opposed to the mission? Is it I'm just wondering whether you favor more towards we do the mission regardless, and what happens, or if it's more I understand. If I was in that position, I'd do the same thing.
What is Sigurd thinking?
Oh, Sigurd would.
It doesn't have to be discussed out loud, but I'm just curious.
Sigurd externally is very party line but internally would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's probably why he's verbally overcompensating.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
you know me enough to know that that's actually. Do you know me? Because there's of the doubt. I don't know. This would be really interesting. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Ambrose.
Oh no, you're fine.
Ambrose.
I think Ambrose is feeling very conflicted. And when Sigrid says that out loud, like feels really guilty about like this whole situation, and like following Gunther's suggestion of like maybe you should act on this, and now is thinking, oh, this was the wrong idea. Nope, Gunther was wrong. I should have stuck to my first instinct about it. And I think Ambrose says, I honestly don't know what I would do in that position. I don't know. Gunther was right. I probably would do the same thing. You all are like a family to me. And honestly, so what if this mission fails? We'll get the next one.
Oof.
It's very optimistic.
I mean, we've seen some of the numbers.
Yeah. And I've especially paid attention to the numbers. The numbers where in Cavalcadra are involved with missions that fail and the survival rate.
What do you mean?
Very rarely does the Emperor grant his mercy to give someone a second chance. It's the nature of our jobs.
Well, sure.
Nobody comes for us.
Well, if it's a choice between a second chance from the Emperor and a second chance with death, I'll probably take the first one.
Your faith is stronger than mine. I make no. I guess I'm a cynic then to you, as I try to take another bite of this beautiful biscuits and gravy meal or whatever. And
I'm just going to take a moment as you're discussing and eating to jump over very quickly to Gunther. 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 I would like to offer you something as GM.
I love offers, especially from GMs, especially if they're dastardly. I'm ready for it. What would you like to offer me?
In situations where we are pitted against an extreme, we can very often pull out superhuman abilities and, especially when we know the outcome. If you would like to head off and do what you want to do, because you have no intention of coming back in this instance, I'll give you 20 plus on all your rolls.
You're gonna have to roll against me watching you.
Yeah.
Because I am all eyes on you. Okay, cool. I was about to say, I just want to make it clear, like.
Oh yeah. I figured it would.
Yeah. My twin has not left my side. I know it.
Yeah. So, if you decide to go off and do it with, essentially, there's no guarantee, even on a suicide mission, that you're going to die. However, if you go with the intention of not coming back, you will essentially be pulling out all of your reserves to, essentially go there and disarm the explosives, and then that's kind of mission complete type thing. Because of the conflict of not wanting to let you go, I figured it was worth giving you that option for opportunities. And apologies to Ambrose and Sigrid for jumping in there. So please.
No, that's fine. Did you? Oh, you're not going to do it now. You would do it later.
Have a little bit to think while Ambrose and Sigrid finish off their dinner.
Wow. Well, I think Ambrose and Sigrid aren't going to discuss our relationship because I feel like we're a little bit at odds about what's going on and a little bit about, kind of upset about the news for Gunther that this is not a good time to share our feelings, even though dinner was made for them for that,
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, this I think this has soured.
Yeah.
Push them a little further apart.
I feel
Absolutely.
guilty.
Guess such a complicated relationship. They do. I love it.
Well,
As
long as you're cool with that, Kira.
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
And so maybe they'll kind of like eat the rest of the food quietly.
Yeah. We comment on the food and
yeah, maybe discuss like, strategic plans for tomorrow. Like, keep it professional.
If I could,
no. I'm sorry, Sheepdog. Can I interrupt?
Okay. Yeah.
And I would say is like the last part of the scene or whatever, if I could, I would be something like, see, this is why I like our relationship so much, Ambrose, is that we're able to keep things very in our heads and logical and focus on the mission.
Is Sigurd dying a little on the inside the same way that Ambrose
Absolutely. Absolutely. The actual Sigurd is like surrounded by darkness and a little ball in the middle of his head, just like
and then,
please.
We could kind of like fade out on that scene with the spoon like halfway
In
to
jail.
Ambrose's like mouth, just pausing for a second, eyes down, kind of like and then just So
I would like to say to my twin,
yes.
Gunther, you know that I've got the best shot of defusing those explosives. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I said yes.
You know, it does have to be done.
Yes.
I'm not going to make you live without me. You're my twin.
Well, you're working very hard at it.
Well. What do you think? Do you want to come with me?
To do what?
To defuse the bomb.
Now?
Whenever. We'd have to talk to the rest, of course. But if I
bet
seems to me you don't want me to do it by myself.
Hopefully they're not talking at all.
Well, I hope not. I hope they're dancing or something.
Can't hear
Yes,
anything.
dancing, Gunther. Exactly what they're
Trying to be subtle. Look, I feel like we talk it over as a group, but I don't have to go in by myself. I mean, I might need Sigrid's huge arms, or your Vin Diesel arms to carry me out.
I have huge arms.
Well,
I can put them on if that's a make or break.
yes, I know.
Fine.
But
Listen. Under a single condition.
all right.
If
Depends on the
things
condition.
get bad, you
Yes.
can't stay.
There's the rule of the pawn. I know.
Yes, it is.
Well, on one counter condition. If you stay, I stay.
That's not how the pawn works. And I
Well-
point to it once again, like under the flesh of my muscle.
Got great guns. I just
can I just Gunther with an A, please roll me an intelligence with a +20.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
I want to see how much of my thought I can impart.
0.2.
Lovely. Here's a plan that you think may work. Yourself and your twin infiltrate the explosive site, and you disarm. With Sigrid up on the wall on Overwatch with a rifle, and Ambrose on the ground, essentially in let's call it bullshit mode, with an ID to turn people away or to distract and etc.
To keep our cover, yeah.
It's
Bullshit
still
mode, I love it.
it's still very dangerous.
Yep.
But if things go arse up, Sigrid will be able to cover your retreat.
Yep.
You'll be able to hopefully get out a gate. And then exfiltrate. You'll have sorted out the bomb problem, and then you can get off to a Medicaid. It should help.
We do have a truck.
Gunther.
Yeah.
We do have a truck hidden with a bunch of other explosives. So
You do.
could we just blow a hole in one of the weak walls and get out that way?
You
Because the plan was to get out
Yep.
not tonight, but during the chaos tomorrow.
Yep.
The gates would probably be a better spot to escape from.
Yeah, so tonight is gonna be far too quiet, and I mean, if shit goes awry, and we have to bolt. But like, the plan is to just set it and then hope for the chaos tomorrow, the success of them coming through, and exit in the chaos of war.
Okay. When you want to execute the plan, like the nighttime is better for stealth.
Because they're probably also going to try to set off the bombs at that point in time. There's probably more people there tomorrow.
There'll be more people around during the day, yes.
So let's go tonight. Let's go.
Yeah. And what I'll say is, at this point, until it gets to morning and you haven't slept and etc., you won't take the fatigue until you haven't slept, essentially.
Okay. So all right.
Twin. Let's say after they finish the dancing, we defuse those explosives. You and me together. Put up my pinky finger.
Fine. But don't interrupt them.
Well, I won't. Pinky finger?
Things get bad, you leave.
With you?
Out me.
With you?
See how this feels?
Yes, that's why you're not going to make me do it.
That is not how the pawn works.
I know, but
honor it as I did.
Fine.
Fine.
Although, I mean,
no, fine.
I'm just know you might have to carry me out.
It's a good thing Cedric has strong arms.
All right.
My muscles are fake.
Also, incidentally, as you say, like, don't interrupt them. Sigrid and Ambrose, would you like to walk down the stairs as they say that, like, way too early for anything aside from a little dinner to have been had?
Yeah.
Totally. I'll throw in like a napkin, like of rolls into the room and be like,
ooh,
that was fast.
Just kind of toss it in and be like, here, the rolls were great, and like keep heading downstairs to the kitchen. And like,
I was gonna do the exact same thing. Here. so good. Yeah.
I'm going to
pour
eat
brandy.
I'm gonna eat that biscuit, and it's gonna be like the best food I've had, and it's like.
I'll go up to like clean up behind them, no doubt, and I find that like it's probably not as thoroughly, enjoyed as we had hoped, and I give it.
There was much less dancing.
Yeah, much less dancing than everything still looks nice. Yeah, whatever they didn't eat, we will eat, for sure.
You've got a bit of painkillers for me?
I do. I bet I have some basic painkillers, yes?
Thank you.
Yes. They won't completely take the edge off because obviously they're not, but they will at least numb the pain a little.
Okay, yeah, so that he can at least be on his feet, or they can be on their feet, and if nothing else, we've got a truck, so we'll get around with this truck. I go in, like, bringing dishes or whatever down to the kitchen space that we have.
Okay. I'm going to expand upon my offer to you before, Gunther. If you go into this pushing yourself and not intending to survive it, you can have +20 to your rolls right up until you defuse the bomb. Once you have defused the bomb you're trying to escape, you will essentially like let go a little bit, and you will take -10s for the remainder. So it'll give you a higher chance to succeed, but a lower chance to escape. I feel like that is reasonably appropriate, and you don't have to take it if you don't want to.
But there's still a chance to escape because I promised my twin.
Yes, there is still a chance.
I'll take the 2010, but I would like to ask, in this time period, what if any wounds have I healed?
So you still have your scars and your some of your bones are still broken. You still have a few like kind of knocks and scrapes. Essentially, the scars have started to heal over.
Yeah. I just meant hit points.
Oh, sorry, of course. So the rest of you can go back up to your original starting hit points. Gunther, yourself, I think. What's your max?
10.
10. I think go to 8. Because like you've healed up and you can take more damage. You don't want to, obviously. No. But you're not completely tip top.
Yeah.
So I think that sounds about appropriate for just under a week.
Since we're gonna be stealthing, I'm gonna reinforce my armor a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give myself the best chance of survival, right? Because I promised my twin, and I promised. But yeah, I'm getting ready upstairs while my twin is breaking the news to them, probably.
The one other thing is we're getting close to the end.
Yep.
We have about 50 minutes to the end of the show. I'm perfectly happy if we hit a point where we can stop it. We can come back next week and finish it off and see how it goes. I'm just wanting to know everyone's thoughts on that. Do you want to kind of like set up so that we can see if we can finish it now, or would you like to still take time with it? And if we finish it, we finish it. If not, we finish it next week.
Because we got 15. It sounds like we've got just a couple of rolls, right?
Yeah. Essentially, I was wondering if you want to like jump cut to being set up in your positions and ready to go, and then we can just go straight into
I imagine Gunther goes straight down to the kitchen, puts the dishes away, letting them know that they noted they didn't really enjoy dinner the way they should have, and Gunther simply takes a big swig straight from the bottle of this horrible brandy and says, "Always the mission first, right?"
Yep. Let's go in, 5?
5 it is, though it may take me 10 to get Gunther downstairs.
Okay, let's call it 10. I'll see you outside.
And I'm like packing like the signal jammer, right? And the static generators and
which means I'm packing it.
Yeah.
Bent
I'm
over
like,
doing it, right?
Yeah.
Making sure everything,
Yeah. And like by I'm packing, it's more like, oh, we need the signal jammer. Yes. I mean, we're not coming back, right? Here.
Hope not.
Oh, well, could you hand me that photograph over there, please? And there's like a photograph of the person who's of Tortoise, right? And I just sort of take it, sort of like Tortoise and their family. I think I tend to like take a kind of a keepsake from like we do these things, we do these terrible things, and it's one of the ways in which I sort of manage that is that I sort of like work. I take a keepsake from the place that we've been, and the people we've killed, whose identities that we take, just something small, and I just sort of get that photograph and I tuck it in. All right.
So, we will cut to Sigric up on the wall in a concealed position overwatching the road. Essentially, you are close to a corner of the wall, but not actually, it's like in the area there, but not next to the wall, because obviously they don't want to blow up their own wall. Gunther are I assume you're in a appropriate. Do you want to be in an irregular ID persona?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that's the easiest way to get in. I imagine Ambrose and I are back in our.
Yeah.
And Ambrose is further down the road towards the gate, the one that still works and opens and closes. Would you like to?
Am I on bullshit mode? I can't remember what it's called.
Yes.
Bullshit mode.
Irregular bullshit mode.
Bullshit mode.
Would you also have liked to parked gone and get the truck and park it next to the gate?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ambrose, you'll be in charge of basically click. It's been set up by Gunther. Don't need a roll because this is something you can do in the heat of the moment. It will be needed. Yes, the streets are very empty, and you may even see a fair few piles of like vomit that haven't been cleared up yet.
Oh no, that sounds like dysentery.
Oof, or food poisoning, or some. Yeah.
Oh man, that's awful.
Don't eat the soup.
Too late.
Damn oysters. So you're walking up. You can see a couple of guards kind of surrounding this kind of like little fenced off area that has a couple of trucks there, but kind of like it's fenced off in a way so you can't see into it. And there's a couple of guards on like a gate letting you in. That would let you in.
And they let us go through no problems.
If you flash your
Yeah, I flash my badge and my muscles.
Badge, yeah.
And I think that I'm sort of I've got that vibe of like irregular who's like
Sorry.
an official.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like a, not like the burly type, but like the pencil pusher irregular, like who's like.
You have a tie on.
Like I've got like, and like okay, so I have the thing that's gonna fix everything in terms of cover identity. I've got a clipboard, so you know.
Yes, and you do also all have comm beads, so you can talk to each other as long as you're subtle about it. Because even an irregular wouldn't have these. These are your own issue.
Right, immediately, don't touch your ear.
Capturing.
That's all I can think of is touch your ear.
So you can talk to each other as the operation carries on.
Okay.
But for Gunther and Gunther, very important, and probably Ambrose as well, very important not to. You know, if there's someone right in front of you, I wouldn't do it because they'll be like, "Who are you talking to?"
Yeah, who are you talking to? Yeah.
You're stopped by a sergeant who says, "Halt, citizen, no entry to this," and
flash my badge and my muscle.
Yeah.
I just look like the tired bureaucrat, and I'm just like, and like clearly I'm with the big guy, right?
Yeah. Oh, apologies, citizen. Please do come in. There's only a couple of people working here tonight. Most of them are off sick.
Wonderful. We're finishing security checks.
Of course. I hope everything is up to standards.
Us too.
Well, I haven't left my post for the last 7 hours.
Congratulations.
So.
Interesting. Not last 7 hours, and I make notes. I just start making notes about that skeptically.
I look over like, that's not good for you.
Apologies, citizen. That's not open. And they like wrench open the gates and.
Yeah, I go. Regular breaks for all soldiers is important in both morale and your health. And then I look to Gunther when I say that. And then I look back to the soldiers. Well,
you want to have an argument outside the gates?
No, I don't. That's why I say it in character, but I definitely cut eyes. I definitely cut eyes.
Little shade bit right there.
Big mommy and daddy fighting in front of the kids.
No. I'm just adding into the threat. Like, oh, it's bad when your health's bad.
Yeah, and then I just simply
and you
say,
kind of enter in. Okay. There's essentially not to put too fine a point on it, a pile of explosives. They've just kind of been spread out and stacked out, and there is like a huge connecting wire essentially that leads to a console. Aside from that, there's not much here. From what you know, it would destroy a significant part of this area, but it has also been kind of planted so as to like do maximum damage to the ground, and if there's a tunnel under here, it would collapse.
It'll collapse. Question. Okay, well, I guess Gunther gets to work. Gunther.
There are two people here.
There are two additional people.
One is standing guard by the console. The other one is on the other side of the explosives, kind of with a rifle, just standing there.
We had for that whole conversation had our comms open so that Ambrose and Sigrid could hear what the conversation, so they know what the conversation is happening, and if people are talking to them, we should be able to hear it as well, so that even we're not talking to each other, they'll know.
Sigrid and Ambrose, just to give you a sit rep, you have eyes on the front of the gate of the fence, so you can see the two troopers, the two sergeants on the front of the gate. You can't see inside, just so you know.
Did we discuss about blowing the wall blowing a hole in the wall before we defuse in order to get people to maybe leave, or after?
Ambrose is essentially on hold to explode the gate when needed, so you can do it before or after depending on situation. And I'm assuming let Ambrose know, and Ambrose will.
I imagine we probably discussed this before we got there. If we wanted the explosion to happen once we were in, so that then there'd be reason to sort of move to another space.
So I thought the plan was to stay super duper undercover.
Yeah.
Defuse it and just not let them know, so that tomorrow when they tries to go off, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And then we would create an explosion at the wall to get out
Yeah,
tomorrow, but not tonight, right? Or I may be wrong about that. If we
I thought we were setting stuff up.
Yeah, essentially, I think it comes down to preparing for all eventualities.
Yep.
So it's
so
set up.
basically,
So
yes, if we have to make a distraction to get out tonight, we can.
The other side point that would be in your mind, especially Gunther, is the sooner you get your twin to the.
I guess I just imagine
treatment.
that we would have no way to get him out until tomorrow, right? When the chaos ensues, then we're gonna have med trucks and stuff. But like, what do we have tonight in the middle of the night to get us all out under cover? Our cover is the chaos of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sigrid promised us a medevac. That's what he promised us. I don't know where he's going to get it though, but he promised us one.
Because like
Wait,
I'm
he
with
did?
Cedric.
When
Like,
did he promise a medevac?
That
He
was what
totally
we were talking
did.
about. Like I imagine that we will have a better medic way out of here tomorrow during actual combat than we would tonight when everything's.
The plan for exfiltration is leave and walk back to the friendly lines.
Well, okay. I know, but I thought we could maybe
Get
back after we
medevac,
heard
right?
Gunther's. After we heard Gunther's prognosis, is that we could.
There's no way that
possibly
we're
take-
gonna get him back walking. Like our way was to get
so-
out in a medical.
Well, so here's the thing. I will note that we did find the location of the hospital.
Yes.
Because that was part of our earlier thing, and Sigrid, I think Sigrid probably can operate. So I was just because I suppose what I'm thinking of is that he could. It's possible for us to actually maybe just get a medevac and fly it out.
Technically yes, but it's essentially like a field hospital, so it's where people get taken to get fixed. The problem then becomes, you've been hurt in some kind of fire explosion type thing. Interesting, because just down the road a magazine exploded. It's that's why I assumed you didn't try for the enemy medical place.
Right, because I definitely don't want us locked into this medical facility. We need to get back to friendly medical facility, but I don't think we can. I mean, and maybe I'm
just
wrong.
taking a vehicle, right? That's what I was thinking of.
I've imagined we have to sacrifice the truck to blow the wall.
Yes. Well, yes. No, it would look suspicious if you unloaded a whole load of explosives.
Explosives at the
just having a truck there parked there isn't as suspicious.
So maybe we gotta sort out our exit next week. But
Yeah.
I think the agreed upon thing is like we're going to deactivate these and try not to blow anything tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a second truck.
Chaos tomorrow.
We have a second truck as well.
You could have an escape truck essentially prepared.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
I forgot we have a second truck from last week.
Because you keep stealing trucks, yo.
Hey, we
Just like-
obviously freaking need them.
Like stealing trucks.
Yeah, I'm 100% in. Like we're like as characters are trying to save Gunther, right? But we know that like as players we're probably not going to, and we're gonna have that cool moment, right? Like. At least that's what I'm gearing up for. But we're gonna exhaust all the opportunities. Okay. Never mind, that's just me. All right.
The same way that Gunther had a chance to survive the explosion, Gunther has a chance to survive this. Nothing is set in stone.
I think that what we've got to do is get out of here. We just don't have what we need here to save him. Like he's not savable. He's just not savable without the right antibiotics. You know.
I just need a distraction so that I can work on the console, and I've got a dual. What's the word? Suspenders and belts.
What I will also say is going loud in this instance, like exploding the gate, because of people off duty sick and etc. Would possibly distract the guards. They may run to see what's happening. It will give Gunther a chance. It will also blow open the gates.
Yeah.
Which is a good opportunity for you to run like buggery.
Yeah.
So
because we might be able to just get out now, right?
And also, and this is not me trying to push you in a certain direction. It's just trying to give you the information you have.
Especially if you can drive out, right?
From what you can tell, the poisoning has gone quite well, and there are multiple troops
vomiting.
Not necessarily incapacitated, but severely debilitated, which means there's a lot less people out on the street. It's pretty much empty at the moment.
Okay. Well, I don't think being the only lone person to go on the outside of a wall is a great idea. We become sitting ducks and immediately the target. Where tomorrow, when our troops are burrowing in from a hole into the ground, that is where everybody's focus is, and then we can escape out a gate and not have to worry about snipers or like there's a lot of that is my thought. Like because again, Gunther is trying to actually get us all out of here. Now, if Cedric and Ambrose are not interested in getting Gunther out, or I had the expectation that that's not happening, then
No, I figured the full expectation was that we're trying to get you out, but like I don't know, it's a war movie, so I'm like waiting for the moment of like, you know what I mean? So like I'm open for whatever as a character or as a player.
So I would like to do two things. One, once Gunther distracts these two people so that I get a bit of time at that console to make my tech use to diffuse, but also sneak the signal jammer up in there. And turn that on. So one way or the other, there are going to be two different modes.
A backup,
There's a backup. So even if they notice that something has happened there, I want to have that signal jammer up there so that so that I've got two different modes happening.
Is there a way to make it look like it's not been sabotaged?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
That will go very much in, and most likely when someone hits the explode button, they'll be like, "Why isn't it exploding? Oh, they're duds. Crap. We need to go and get more explosives. Why do we only have sheets? It's just bed sheets." So yeah, you've set this up nicely where if they don't notice, it will probably be too late. What I will say then is, are you giving the signal to Ambrose to explode the gates?
No, we're gonna wait. Yes,
because you have a guard on the console.
I'm gonna distract them. That was my next step. Like, so I'm saying, like, can we wait on the extra explosion? Since we're trying to actually stop. I guess that's the only reason. But we're here, and we told them we were here to look at security. So, old Citizen Diesel walks in and immediately goes, "Show me everything."
Sorry, I'm not allowed to leave my post.
He goes, good answer, but not good enough. And I'm still going to say, it has come to our attention that things may be problematic. I need you to be on your guard, soldier, and not just here. Where does this lead? And I like point to some wires that go elsewhere.
The wires that go elsewhere?
You imagine the bombs in here. There's got to be like, you're saying, is it just one bomb? But they were bringing all kinds of explosives. So they have to be all over this facility, right?
Yeah. They kind of, but they all kind of coalesce into the console. So,
but I think Diesel wants the guard to introduce them to the other
show this
caches,
to the rest, right? Because they took all that C4 from 3 or 4 days worth of trucks and dumped it in a room, or did they like wire this whole facility to explode? And this is just the trigger.
Yeah.
Because my goal would be to have them show me where the wiring is, where the other C4, to get him out of here momentarily. If not, then I'm just gonna stab him.
That's understandable. So you ask him to lead you and show you stuff.
Yeah, just kind of point, like, I want to see it. I need to make sure it's not compromised.
Apologies, citizen. However, I have received explicit orders from the Farsit, from command to not leave my post. I'm not even allowed to look away from this.
I'm gonna vomit on his shoes. I'm gonna vomit on him because I'm feeling pretty bad. And there's a lot of food poisoning happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, not feeling very good. So I'm gonna just vomit on him as I'm feeling a little bit ill. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm just feeling a little bit ill.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I'm gonna vomit on him. And I feel like I just had some food. And I'm gonna vomit on him. Is what I'm gonna do accidentally because I'm feeling bad.
Sorry,
while he's looking at the vomit,
crazy.
I was about to say, while he's looking at the vomit on his shoes.
And I really want to get his chest if I could. I'm just gonna be like, bleh. Just
and it just goes all over him, and he does not even flinch.
And I just I have to sit down somewhere because I'm clearly having some food poisoning.
Cedric can't see us right now.
Yeah,
but you hear it, and if we can hear whatever we can hear what you would ever say,
yes.
Sigrid and Ambrose.
Well,
And I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so, and but also clearly feeling food poisoned for this guard, and also like looking like
if you like try and pat him down or go closer to him, he is essentially going to aim his gun at you.
And I'm looking fairly weak.
It's roll me a scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
Take a +10 just because.
And I hope
you're fairly close, and
I hope this is a bit of a distraction for my sibling. -1.8.
Okay. There's something off about them, but you don't know what.
Mm-hmm.
Do I pick up on that as well? That there's something off about this?
You have been talking to them, so if you roll me a scrutiny with a +10. Yeah. You can't put your finger on the cause. You have seen brainwashing before. Because of course, naturally
I would know that. I'm sure I am well versed in how to brainwash a human. Okay.
This is someone who essentially is in some way, form, or something controlled. So there's going to be no talking around it. They have their orders, and they will follow their orders.
There was a second person in this room.
Yeah.
The other person's on the other side of the like explosives, kind of standing guard, looking over the explosives. So kind of looking in your direction, but
okay.
not.
Then Gunther is gonna. I imagine. So if we set Ambrose up for like Plan B, which was shit goes bad, blow the wall, right? I imagine we have like a Q word for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then.
Biscuits and gravy, maybe?
Yeah, biscuits and gravy. Gunther looks across the room to the other soldier. Like, this guy, there's something up with this, and this is going to need to be taken care of, but we can get rid of this guy maybe a more natural way.
Yeah.
And Citizen Diesel goes, understand, like, puts hands up, because especially if he draws a gun. Yeah. We're not here to interrupt or bother what you're doing. It seems that my comrade is ill. Can you help him, please? And I look over to that guy. Go get a medic.
It's the soup. It's the soup.
I have to make sure that these what's the word?
Munitions.
No, these devices are not tampered with.
He's staying. You're going.
And you two are hearing this whole.
Flash my badge once more.
Yeah.
And I go, I should have stayed home and had my biscuits and gravy.
Ambrose. So the code word has been dropped.
Here, I mean, Ambrose doesn't hesitate and pushes the button.
Okay, and as a massive explosion,
we might need you to,
rips through the air. And kind of the gate trembles, and the people above you hear like shouting and screaming, and the gate kind of like collapses in on itself. And even these two, their heads both snap off towards the explosion as like a possible threat to their. Incidentally, off your scrutiny, you can tell the other dude is also something's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, they're both mind controlled.
Yeah. They both like snap over. Also, Sigric. You see both of the guards instantly react, very obviously professional soldiers. The gate starts to wobble and like the explosion like shakes it and it starts to collapse in on itself. Some of the guards on top of the wall also fall in and obviously, they have a bad time of it. And in that moment where all of this happens and you're just about to jump into it, we'll finish there.
Take sweet, the great escape.
Oh,
I can't wait to watch Sigrid's sight, people.
Oh,
finally.
Some shooting.
He's like, I've been waiting on it. Today's the day.
I'm excited for our teamwork moves, whatever they are.
Yeah, this will be very interesting.
The sniper and the person on the ground. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And definitely the Wilhelm scream moment when the guards fell in.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Hello, Bentham.
Hello.
How do you feel about things that have happened?
This seems cool. I'm into it. This is good news for the 1-4.
Is Lime on his like the second he hears he's on his like blower beard like get me Scriven?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, is he gonna find out? It has to filter back yet. We gotta make sure
it has to filter
someone
back.
has to make it back from this party to be like, yo, we found a real weird gun, and someone said Farseer.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, they
say,
said they said
they-
Force.
They started saying it, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
might not know what it means. It might filter through.
This is
Greek
We'll
test.
give you all the information for antibiotics, please.
So next week we will.
We might need Ambrose and Sigric into this space.
Gunther has yet to actually break the knives out, y'all. Gunther has always
true.
tried to use a gun, which is not the ideal weapon for Gunther.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Which is weird,
It might be time for
considering
low
the
hand-to-hand combat.
Gunther's name has 2 guns in it.
Yeah, but see,
But
here's
two
the thing.
guns don't make a knife.
No, the two guns are this one and this one that
nice.
that Gunther uses knives to wield.
How many guns?
My fake gun. My fake gun.
Nicely done.
They're
Don't make
bayonets
a knife.
attached to these guns.
Yeah, that's right. It's guns with bayonets. This is a lot of stabbing. Oh my goodness. I'm concerned. Yep.
We're gonna go do after show governance, but first let's go through the announcements, and then we'll see where you can find everyone and where they do all the really cool things that they do. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm just going to put on slightly more calm music, so it's not quite as. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you to Paul Toon for supporting today's episode. I hope you enjoyed it. And there's a whole bunch of things happening on Patreon. We had the Mass Effect final character sheets go out for Mass Effect Merc Season 2. And also the latest character sheets for our D&D party in Ascension are out, including the new character and our new levels. There's also more stuff coming on the Patreon soon. We've got more Ascension stuff in the form of all the guest character sheets from recent weeks. And also the monthly admin recap will be coming out very soon as well. And important thing to note is that we are now sponsored by Roll20 because they're great and we were already using them literally all the time. So if you want to play RPGs with your friends online, which is the only way you can play RPGs in this day and age, then Roll20 is a great thing to do that with, because you can roll dice and everyone can see the results, and you've got character sheets, and it's built for all RPGs rather than just one. Or like, you know, it's got everything. And also, as of 11 minutes ago, you can now check out Call of Cthulhu Strange But True Episode 2. Yesterday's episode, it's now out on YouTube for everyone to enjoy. Of course, the VOD for this will be out tomorrow, but if you're watching this, you probably don't need to see the VOD, but I thought I'd tell you anyway. Let's see where you can find people and what they're all up to. Let's start today. Let's start with Sheepy. How about that?
Plot twist.
Well, hello everyone, I'm Sheepdog, and I run the Wandering Inn. We do TTRPGs, it's a lot of fun. Currently we're doing Sunkissed, which is a VTM show. There are plans to do other things, which I've talked about on my channel. And aside from that, that's it.
All right, Eric, what are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hey, everybody. My name's Eric. Eric Vulgaris on Twitter and everything. You can find me everywhere at Eric Vulgaris. I'm currently streaming the Great Pendragon campaign Monday nights. We are deep into the Boy King phase. So Arthur is here, which, if anyone's played Great Pendragon campaign, getting to actually Arthur is actually a huge accomplishment.
I was about to say, that's a big deal in that game.
Yeah, and thank you. And so it's just me and two friends, and we really dive into all of the stuff. And if you really like hearing Americans butcher English words for like English cities and stuff like that, that's the place. But really, it's you come for the heartfelt moments that we have, being parents, being elders, being respected leaders, being friends, being lovers, being rivals, the whole thing, and the daddy issues. You definitely the daddy issues.
Yeah, well,
That's me.
it is Arthur.
Trooper, what are you up to?
I'm Trooper SJP, and today is Sunday. So, next week you can find me at 7 p.m. Eastern over on my channel, Trooper SJP, for the season finale of City of Light and Shadow, which is a Fate French Resistance campaign, and I believe they're going to go and rescue two people, one of whom is doesn't actually need rescuing, and the other whom is a bad guy, but they just want to rescue him so they can set him up for failure later. And then you can find me over on Saturday from 2 to 5 over at Table Story, where I'm GMing Midsummer Mysteries, which is a steampunk horror, sort of gothic horror campaign. And then I think really you can find me on Sunday from 1 to 5 at a place called, what's it called? Roll for it, to find out who lives and who dies and who gets medevaced, and find out about also whether or not these two crazy kids are gonna go and fall in love or talk about it. I feel like y'all do this all the time. I feel like it gets so close and then y'all break off. And I feel like the Gunthers are like, again, they broke it off. Dang it. All right, next mission. Maybe we might get them next time. One of these days, there's gonna be true love. One day. That's it. That's me.
Speaking of, Kira, where can we find you?
Hello. This is a delight playing this game with y'all. Thank you. I'm enjoying the hell out of this. You're wonderful. I'm Kira. You can find me on Twitter. I'm a queer, non-binary game designer in Columbus, Ohio. What I want to hype this week is there's more and more stuff coming out about the new Ravenloft book, which I wrote a scenario in. It's very exciting and fun to see it happen. All horror, all the time. Good, exciting stuff. Google that. That's super fun. I'm excited about it. There's also another scenario I wrote for Cortex, the role-playing game, called Stranger Towns. And it's another horror scenario. I love horror. Okay, it's a thing I do. And it kind of is a little Twin Peaksy, which is no surprise from me. I love Twin Peaks and David Lynch. So check those two things out. They're super cool. Also, an ongoing project I'm working on with my two collaborators, Kim and Misha, is More Seats at the Table, which is a bi-monthly, every 2 weeks newsletter that's free that we put out that highlights game designers, tabletop role-playing game, LARP designers of marginalized genders. We do this all the time. Just go check it out if you haven't seen it before. There's lots of cool stuff coming out right now from a lot of different people. So that's me.
Could I ask you a question though?
Yes.
Kira? You said you liked David Lynch. That's true, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you maybe made a game that comes in a really cool card pack, but like, what is the name of that game? Like that maybe somebody could get. Yeah.
It's actually so popular that it's out of print right now, and I've had to order a second print run of it. It's called Something Is Wrong Here. If you like uncanny horror in the style of David Lynch, like Mulholland Drive and Twin Peaks, you will like my game, Something Is Wrong Here. It's mind-bending.
I kickstarted it because I love Twin Peaks and Mulholland Drive and Inland Empire and all of that business. So, you know.
Me too. I'm just a sucker for doppelgangers. What can I say?
Dot and I are doppelgangers.
Yeah. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Speaking of Dot, where can we find you and your adorable cat?
Yeah, she's a bit needy today. Show everybody how needy you are. Aren't you excited about Roll For It? Sorry, she's being needy. I'm Dot. Y'all know where to find me. Little Red Dot Online. Twitch producer for Kobold Press throughout the week, and the rest of the time I'm out there rolling dice and playing games on cool channels like this one with cool people just like this. So if you want to check that out, pick your social media poison of choice. I'm there doing the thing. Yeah, that's all. I think that's it. That's my spiel in a very quick nutshell.
All right, there we go. That was the episode. We're going to go do an after show now, which of course you can check out on the Patreon. Next time you can catch Roll For It live will be on Thursday with some more Dungeons & Dragons Ascension. For now, thank you all for watching and being awesome and supporting the show, and may the dice roll ever in your favor.